There we go. How's everyone doing? We came to the new season. We came. Actually, you know what? I gotta get rid of that other. What? Ba, ba, ba. No time. Video. Saw. Unpublish. Yeah. Ah. Who's keen for the new season? Who is keen to play the new season? Actually, where is it? I just updated it before. I don't think I'm not going to really waste that much time. I'm just going to get into the games. Oh. Also, I am playing a new playlist as well. I'm still. I am slowly working on getting some more music onto it. But, yeah.
I got you, legend.
Thanks for the save.
Hey,
Good. So,
oh,
hero,
we've seen this.
what's the plan? How about run?
Yeah, okay, we've seen this. Never mind. We've got an ad running at the moment.
Ooh, new ranked season starting. Time to come out of hibernation.
So. Rookie 4. Alright, so it's been put reset to rookie. Wait. What I want to know is this. So, I originally thought this was a bug because it was saying it's like, not like, when I first saw it, so it's like 9 days left. I was like, what are they doing with the firing range? I want to actually see if you can actually go into the firing range at the moment because apparently I got told you can't. Like, it just physically will not let you go in. But, before I do that, there we go. Oh, yeah, right. Solid. Oh, actually, that's another thing we're going to be doing is where's my chat? Where is my chat? Put chat there. So I will be doing because I have like 41 packs. I am going to be doing a pack opening probably this stream as well. I will have a look. Well, we'll see. But no, I want to see this battle pass first. All right, so it's pretty solid to start with. I've got a few packs. I don't really know how I feel about these skins. Alright, that's a bit better. 30, wait, do I have 34 kills bang? I thought I had more than that. Oh, there's a fuse roam. Ooh. Okay, I like that skin. I like that. I like it. Ash. Oh yeah, it's just trackers. Oh, we got a voice line.
You succeeded only in disappointing me.
Yeah,
You succeed.
sounds about typical Ash. Oh, I actually like that. Definitely, it gives me comic book vibes. It gives me comic book vibes, to be fair. Anderson Silva. Is it no? Silva or is it Sylvia? I couldn't remember. Oh, that's a cute little lifeline skin. Alright.
I keep my shields full with this big old battery.
Why did she say it like that? Why? Alright. It's not a bad emote either.
Your life.
At least they're changing the look of like each of the guns, so it's like it's not all the same. I think that's one thing that was like kind of lacking, was it was just kind of like they're all just like all like the same sort of like color scheme. They didn't mix it up a little bit. I like when they do this.
Oh, mate, I heard you were a hard bastard.
Yeah, right. All right. I like that. I like the emotes. The emotes are actually decent. Yeah, it's not a bad vantage frame. Yeah, that's all right. With Kraber. See, I actually don't mind that. Not gonna lie, I actually don't mind that. It's a blue, like it's not really out of this world, but still, it's like decent. All right, R3. Oh, I don't want to buy it up to there. Oh, it's R9 this season. It's R9 this season we get. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Holy jeez. God damn. Yeah, alright. Solid. Advantages until 90. Oh. Alright, let's go with the price tracker as well, because oh yeah. Oh, it's a universal frame. Yo, that's actually sick. It's actually sick. Apex pack, maybe. Okay. Question is, do I wait? Get the packs now. Like, I open the packs I have at the moment, or because how many have I got here? Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least another 5. That's at least another 5. So I'd have 46. So I'd have 46 packs to open. I might wait. I might actually wait to be fair. Bloody Spotify. There we go. What else have we got? So R9. Yo, what the heck? That's dope. It's like the it's like a two-tone. That's an alright ballistic skin. Wait, has ballistic always had that thing on the back of his head? Universal. Yeah. Oh, wait, there's technically 6 packs. Yeah, and then oh well, so 7. So there's 7 packs altogether. 7 packs, including 2 from the event. I probably do the 2 at event ones because I mean they wouldn't go away because if I have them in my account, then oh, I better probably doing them then there. So then what's this? Top 5 finish, 10 mixtape. Upgrade legend 50 times. Oh, so this is like fairly simple stuff then. Okay, let's see if I can get to a firing range because I want to see if there's actually any changes. Because apparently, yeah, like I said, it was. I haven't even read any of the patch notes as well, by the way.
Getting a fresh angle.
So I'm kind of like, well, all I know is Prowler's back. Oh, so let's have a look. Wingman, Eva, both check. So Prowler's back on floor loot? What's that? So Prowler's back on floor loot. Is that the only thing that came out of it? I swear there was going to be more than coming out of the care packs, to be fair. I really thought there was going to be more to come out of the care pack. Well, reputable trying to be able to put a digi onto a SMG.
I went up a level. Oh, I can pick an upgrade now. Cool.
Oh, so you, even if you're in the firing range, you have to... You have to physically... You have to get to that level. So you... Okay. That's a bit interesting, to be fair. So, yeah, if I wanted to get to red, I'd have to.
Want to help me pick an upgrade? Okay?
I'd have to physically go through killing bots to get it to red evo. That's gonna be a bit interesting because. That is going to be a bit interesting, to be fair.
Another level means another upgrade means survival.
2 bullets. Oh,
This
yeah.
upgrade's gonna make killing everyone so much easier.
Refresh chat.
Okay, picked an upgrade. Good work waiting, Echo.
I like these. I like this already. I like it already. Alright. Well, what else is it? What other changes would there have been? Besides Eva being a... Actually, you know what? I should actually try the Eva. To be fair, I should try the Eva. Oh my god. Wait, did that change the weekend or is that still... I actually swear that I thought the weekend was going to be coming back as ground loot. Am I crazy for that? Am I crazy for that? Because I swear I remember seeing that it was going to be coming back for as ground loot. Must have gone crazy. Must have been gone crazy. The hit by is probably my best friend for this.
I'm at the max level, and all it took was all my experience and skill.
I like the voice lines though. For when you do that. I think you can do here max level and all that. That's that. See, the thing is what are you gonna use? Like a lot of people would go to would be the Digi. But what would be everyone's go to now? Because well, yeah, you can't use Digi on a what do you call it? SMG anymore. Alright. Let's actually get into an actual game. Play straight shot. So, wait, what have I got to do? Get a top 5 finish in straight shot 10 times. Alright. It's on... Wait, what are we on? Storm Point? Or is it... No, it's Olympus?
Ready to pilot us all the way to bedtime, Captain Summers?
Bedtime? No, not yet.
Perhaps we can do the pre-flight checklist first, Captain?
Yes, please.
Oh, well, I suppose we can do that. Have you brushed your wee teeth?
Hello, boss. How are you?
Oh my, very sparkly.
Do you have all your equipment?
Check.
And do you have enough hugs for the trip?
No. More, please.
Oh. Oh, are you super duper
How are you,
tired, my
boss?
boy? No.
What's going on?
You have the coolest job, Mum.
I'm a wee one. I do. Any last requests, Captain?
A hot chocolate, perhaps?
Oh, he's just brushed his... Don't listen to her, Newtie. Auntie Ash is being devilish again.
They're doing good. Doing good.
I want...
Chilling.
Oh, can you sing me a song?
Well, highly unorthodox, Captain, but I think I can arrange it. All right, settle down now. Dreams to sell, fine dreams to sell. Angus is here with dreams to sell. Hush now, we baby. We launch in 13 bloody hours, dears. Oh, honestly, what are they teaching in PhD programs these days?
It's okay, Mom. Go make the ship safe. So you come home.
Oh, Newton.
We can sing the song together when you get back. The kingdom needs a hero, remember?
Aye. And a hero needs something to come back to, my boy.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know that guy was there. I honestly didn't even know he was actually there. I'm gonna turn this song up. Have you noticed that they took away clubs? Wait, what? Oh, what? Yo, what? Oh, do you... Oh... The heat sink free color. Hey, Shiki. Horizon killed that number. It really did, honestly. How are you, Shiki? It hasn't been a while, actually. I didn't realize that, boss. Why'd they take clubs away? I just realized that. That's so odd. Is there any decent... Is there any... I'm doing good. Straight stressful. Oh god. Oh, that's not what I want to hear right now. Ah. Bronze. Question is, am I gonna even get a game? That's the thing. Ooh. Nah, actually, I want to keep this one. Keep this one on. You'll love it. Trust me. If not, got me. Okay. These, I think I might have to. Actually, I'm gonna have to switch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch servers. I think because. We're not going to get anything on OS at the moment. It's 11 a.m., so I'm highly unlikely that I was going to get any games. Maybe not on straight, like maybe not in the LTM, but I probably would have gotten in pubs.
Your safety is my first priority. My second is coolness. This one changes everything. Only the best for my friends.
I gotta get my vantage kills up this season. I really do, because I used to be able to, I had like, I think it was from last season, I had like at least like 300 kills. Oh, okay, I did not. Great first game.
I'll share. We're already inside the next ring. Good strategizing.
Yeah, I will take this. Wait, where's that site? I might switch them around.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Now the game's really starting.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader.
Tofu?
Good. Standing taller will make him easier
Is
to
tofu
spot.
in my game?
Let's do some shopping.
Evo harvesters.
Don't mind if I do. Nice choice. You've got good taste.
Are you playing today, boss?
Closing.
Or are you playing at the moment?
We're already inside the next ring. Good strategizing.
Because when do you want to jump on for ranked? Oh wow, you still got like considerable like amount of area to cover. Yeah, you know what? We might what's the old
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care package on its way.
Check your maps. Machine told me where to find enemies.
Taking shots here.
alright.
Enemy shield broken.
Indicator.
Enemy shield broken. Downed an enemy.
Another level means another up.
I gripped fire. Enemy down. We took out the whole squad.
I did absolutely nothing there.
Recharging my shields. One sec.
We just killed the champion. Did they give themselves that?
Healing. Ten seconds until the ring closes. Grab what you need and let's go.
Actually, I might take that.
Warning. Ring closing.
We'll get toasted by the ring if we don't move.
Got an upgrade waiting. Time to pull the trigger. My ultimate is ready. They'll never see it coming.
Attention.
Uh,
Care package.
gain. Oh, actually no.
Okay, picked an upgrade. Good work waiting, Echo.
Care package coming down. Helpful if you need gear or a top up.
This is a pretty fun mode. This is a decent mode. I won't lie. Just I need to get into fights a bit more.
50% of the teams are down. Our odds keep getting better.
Alright. I probably should call Echo back. So this mode is supposed to be a bit more fast paced, right?
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm crafting something. Suddenly.
Crafting. Feels good to make stuff. Replicator incoming. Could have used one of these growing up.
Ring close in 1 minute. Run and slide.
So they got rid of clubs, they got rid of oh not real replicators per se, but the God, what do you call them?
Elise, ring closes in 45 seconds.
They got rid of crafting material? No, not crafting. There's a word for it. I'm trying to think of the. It's like from the top of my head. Oh, top of my head. Tip of my tongue. Might have been crafting material. Or like replicators or something. Oh, she might have been. Wait.
Spotted an enemy. There.
10 seconds, but the ring's near.
Aye, an enemy there.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
The ring's closing. Let's not get caught
I'm
outside.
down. Enemy. Door. There.
Raise tag. Take him down. I cracked the target. Getting shot at. Recharging another swarm pouch.
Oh.
This was lovely, but I have a match to win.
Wait. Okay, I like that. That is good.
We must go here. Enemy spotted. Bah.
Adding an ability to re-queue directly, basically directly from the last game you're in. I like that. I actually, that's something I should have had ages ago. I should have had that ages ago. Like. Oh, you need a player? Yeah, you want to jump on? I'm not doing much. Like I said, I mean, I might play a few games with straight shot and whatnot, and then I'm gonna jump into. You feeling it? Yeah. I feel this. I can feel the stress from this format. Yeah, play a few games with straight shot, and then I'll go jump into ranked. I won't bother with pubs today. This is essentially going to be my pubs. Bro, Apex put something I fucking hate. Wait, what was it? Oh, you can turn it off though, can't you? I'm assuming there'd be something you'd be able to turn
We're
off.
already inside the next ring. Time to find a good perch.
Ooh, gold backpack? Y'all got reverse it. Yeah, if you want to join, more than welcome.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. That's one way to find out your prey.
I'm good. I did, that shit was annoying. See, even when I did play with the controller, never had to deal with that, thankfully. Oh my god, get back here.
Level.
There we go.
Oh, I can pick an upgrade.
I shot at an enemy shield. Reloading. Frog out. We are united in extreme. Last stage.
Oh my god, he's one.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming down. Replenish the
Look at
stores.
that.
Round
Got an upgrade waiting. Time to pull the trigger. We're not all in the ring. Don't let stupidity kill you.
attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator incoming.
How are you, Laggy?
Half the squads are worm food.
There is a new kill leader.
Just
Watch
red.
for the new kill leader. 30 seconds until that ring closes.
Got my upgrade. Time to use it.
Oh, you shouldn't. Oh, yeah, never mind. You shouldn't acquire.
There's a sentinel over here. Calling it a lifeline package.
You have to wait.
You may not thank
Thank you.
Care package being delivered.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm actually enjoying the new. Well, I've only played a few games, but to be fair, I'm enjoying the new season so far.
Backpack here. Level 3.
Dibs.
Really wish I knew where the
Thank you. Truly.
hell.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Oh, that's inside. Oh, never mind. I can't use it because. Maybe I can.
fire.
That took way too long. Where is it? Bro, everything's so slow, I can't tap straight but on straight line anymore. Wow, they're really nerfing aim assist. Alright.
Round 3.
Let's go find someone, please. Oh wow, ring's right next to us. Oh.
Charging shield.
Oh my. Jesus.
I don't even think you're trying. This was too.
Yeah, in console, yeah, for console, I can't even. Jeez. That's unlucky. Alright. I already know who that is, so I don't even need to look at that. By tag. Is this what they changed now? Is it like you instead of so they remove clubs? Invite me and I'll hop in Discord. Alright, sweet. Let me know when you're ready, Shiki, as well, and I'll send you an invite. Where's my OBS? Team's nearly dead. All right, all good. Where is my Discord audio? There we go. Yup. Is that working? Oh, actually, hang on. I'm gonna change that and that. Hello? You are muted, by the way. Wait. Horizon, okay. Did you make another account?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I wasn't muted, I was just connecting.
Ah.
Okay.
Look at my awesome source banner.
Okay. This is gonna be my first time playing this character because I really want to get that race skin.
It's my turn this time.
The Renegade, the runway Renegade.
Pretty decent. Not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I mean, I was looking at someone's banner. Oh, who are you playing as?
Oh, okay.
Doesn't show my crypto banner. That's crazy.
Please is Pathfinder. Wait, so is Mr. Sugary on?
Yep. Yeah, they are.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm on, I think I'm on, oh, what was I getting like 180?
Okay, so it doesn't let me like move when I'm up in the Oh, gold rings, okay. And I got what? A purple bag and 3 bats.
And we're getting shot at.
Here I go.
Die when I don't need you.
Okay, yeah, my game audio is really fucking slow. You fucking know what I mean?
I've not got anything long range that I can use. Actually, you know what? The other thing I do have long range. Oh wait, there's someone pushing us.
Okay, everything is slow, bro.
Oh, okay, behind the.
Why are you giving me this weirdo? Why are you resident?
Ah, it's unlucky.
In my old life, all I saw was
I was just playing Exovax lobby.
Well, because I won't get games on
What's the worst part? They took away fucking
clubs.
clubs.
Yeah, I never understood why they did that.
Yeah, me too, bro. It's just.
But then if you go
It's
to your
stupid. It
yeah,
is stupid.
if you go to your
Yeah, but
friends,
if you go to here,
yeah, you get tagged.
tags. There we go. Okay.
Click on the. I'll do that afterwards.
I don't settle. I'm not made that way.
Yeah, but even Twitch is fucking.
Really?
Yeah, like I'm trying to watch the stream.
Oh, they're constantly buffering. Yeah.
I don't know if it's. I get. 2 bats.
Yeah, we're on the grid.
4 bats. Can I please? Oh my god, I'm getting like 600. I'm getting like 300 ping, bro.
Oh, I have no sight. Oh my. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm getting shot in the back. Rated.
Hey, Rated.
How's the new season going? It's going alright. We've only gotten to the first few games. So, oh gee, that was quick. That was a What the? Wait. Yeah, I only got to the first few games, but
Our teammate person
What?
spanner thing.
Who read?
They're resin.
Oh my god, get up! Oh my god. Wait, you can... How did I get instantly respawned?
Yeah, bro, I'm getting like fucking 280 ping, bro. I cannot play. What server is this?
Oregon?
It's Sydney, cunt.
No, it's not Sydney.
What?
It's NA. It's
Fucking Sydney. How are we getting this much ping in Sydney?
No, I just say Sydney for you because I'm party leader. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it says Sydney for you because I'm party leader though.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So what?
I think I'm on Oregon.
Switching it up.
Sorry, I never got this thing on Oregon.
I'll have a look after this.
I'm already in the next ring. Who else is here?
Insta pickup banners. Crypto can insta res with his drone.
I could be done.
Oh, so that's how you did it. Okay. How are you though, rated? That's actually huge. That's actually kind of 5 head. Oh, we got team landing.
I see one of them.
Bro, where is my...
Salvaged our teammate's banner.
Just us. I hope I can count on you. Target down.
Reloading.
You got him?
Nah. Nah.
Reloading. Attention.
It hasn't been too bad.
Looks like we killed. Come on, I still need you. The kill leader tried to
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to tonight. I feel like tonight's going to be very
Saving
busy.
This upgrade for winter.
Phoenix kit here.
Recharging my shields.
Wait, where is... Oh, thank you.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
Yeah, I feel like tonight's going to be very busy. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
10 seconds, but the ring's near.
Yeah, I'll do market expansion.
In progress.
Do you need that?
The ring's closing.
Yeah, I will.
Outside.
Hang on here. Take it.
Oh, sorry.
Volt SMG here.
Alright, let's go get...
I am having my regrets playing this
Care
game.
packet. Light ammo here. Backpack here. Level 3.
Time to upgrade.
I wanted to.
A hunter takes every advantage she can. Appreciated. I've
that.
grabbed my upgrade, team people. This upgrade's gonna make killing everyone so much easier.
Respawn beacon over there.
I'll go over there. Alright.
Activating jump drive. Shops open for VIPs only.
There's a new kill leader. Old one's dead or slacking off.
Wait. Is that back from where we came from?
Coming home with me tonight.
Oh, I'll take the treasure pack actually.
Medkit here. Shield battery here.
You know what I don't like?
Besides the haptic.
Half the squad.
Oh yeah, no
All
GGs
worth
on
it.
SMGs.
But hey, I got my prowler though. I'm happy. I don't rarely use the prowler, but
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to come back with ground loot.
yeah, me too. Also, thank you, Rated, again, for telling us the patch notes. I really appreciate it, bro.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown. The next ring's far. Come on, loot as you go. Jump drive activated.
Okay, Echo.
Yep.
The only thing I don't like about this,
Replicator
season,
incoming.
is the shields.
Oh,
Like, they
yeah.
way too much.
And everything here is gone for
Yeah,
Like I was talking about this before. It's like if you wanted to do a 1v1, you literally have to like be shooting bots
45 seconds until the ring
up until you get to red. Which I was like, I don't know about that. That just seems a bit odd. It's just, well, it's just a bit strange.
Thanks for the respawn. Saurakaja.
Or if any time you want to practice with using different shields, like at different shields, you have to, yeah, you have to just be like leveling up the Evo.
Oh, cool. There's balloons now.
10 seconds to get back on.
Probably for the 5th anniversary.
Probably, yeah.
Getting my eyes in the sky.
Has Rated played this season yet?
No, because he's are you streaming tonight, Rated?
They thought they were clever. I feel good about this care package. Shall we?
Is there people there?
Nah, I'm just shooting the gas trap out.
I've located
Oh yeah, well there is people there.
Check your map.
I see someone over
Oh, no,
there.
mate.
No, they're like
No.
they're over here.
Find over there.
Let's go.
Streaming straight after work today. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you're playing with Schmidt and Tox.
Bro, why is everything so slow? Oh, maybe because I've got 200 ping. But I was slow when I was in the fine range too. Well, hang on. I want to try this. I want to try this shit out.
Replicator here. Make sure to take a peek.
I'm focused on cryptid.
Patience.
Passing. Just a second.
Yeah, should be good. That should be a good time.
Oh, it's round 3. We gotta go.
Jump drive.
Ooh.
How much ping are you getting there, guy?
210. I was getting like
Okay,
180,
well, let's just go,
180 before. Yeah, just run the ring.
Better angle and echo fixation.
Oh, and that's a team. I know there's someone near me.
Found them.
Recharging shield.
Get to the ring, get to the ring.
Oh my god. Oh.
This is for posterity, so be honest. How do you feel?
Oh, this is final round, okay.
You got this. Easy.
Joa, there are no squads near us.
There'll be someone up the top of that tower.
I wonder what we'll find over there.
Oh no.
I heard you. Eyes up, final ring's closing.
Oh, good shots. Hello, slobber. I've got a full 3 stack at the moment, but if anyone leaves, I'll let you know. Yeah, we do need to run some games back soon. Oh, okay, pop off. Pop off. How are you, Slobber? How you been? Oh my god. Unlucky. That's decent.
Well, I got 4 kills.
That was one thing I do. I was saying before is I like that the fact that you can just instantly.
I got 3. Oh, okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. 3 kills, 1,000 damage. First game. First game. When was that? First game?
That's not bad.
No, that was second game. Second game. Queue with party. Yeah, queue.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like with that they added is that you can just instantly queue from to go to your next game. You don't have to keep going back into the menu.
Unavailable. Full party not connected. Okay. Oh, you just went back. My bad, Loba. Keep believing you. Nah, you're all good, bro. You're all good. You're all good. Don't sweat. Let's sweat. We got second. We got second. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't got second. So good job. Oh, Echo, we're... Oh.
Oh wait.
Oh,
Never mind. There you are.
Gold goes so well.
That's so
with a
weird.
diamond like me.
yeah, because just my...
Good this season, hella diff. Don't feel like Apex, not sure if I like it or not. Yeah, there's a lot of changes that's like... It definitely makes the game feel a little bit different to what it used to be. Not my issue. Go suck on some pickles. Okay.
Yeah, clip that. I don't care.
I got an enemy.
Had
right
enough
here.
of this game already.
Attention. First blood. Drive in position. That's what happens when you get too excited.
Wait, I hear. No, wait. Yeah, I hear him.
Go up top. You're gonna get that way. Down below. On the right. Left side, left side, left side.
Recharging my shields.
I'll read that in a sec,
Is that door?
Bubba.
Is that door? Right here, in front of me, in front of me, in front of me. Right here.
Oh,
Down to mark.
Shit, good. Down him, get him. Nice, good shit.
My prey is down.
Recharging my shields.
Eyes in the sky.
Recharging shields.
Up top.
Signaling my drone back.
Taking fire.
Recharging my shields.
oh, you gotta be joking. Oh, down 50. damn, they sort of updated
wait,
all the
there's someone there.
skins or recolors that did Octane dirty. How so? How'd they do Octane dirty?
I feel good about this care package. Shall we?
No, let him kill you, let him kill you. I'm still alive, I'm still alive.
We're already in the next ring. Good. More time to loot.
I'm curious how they did Octane dirty.
Kill leader? Interesting. Replicator incoming.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Look at this skin when you get out, just a recolor of my face skin and somewhat worse. Is it battle pass or is it in the event? Or is it in that like little in that free price tracker one?
More time to gather
Which one's
supplies.
it in? I don't think I saw it in the event. Oh, okay.
Care package being delivered.
I was actually saying, Laggy, I like the recolor for the Bloody. It looks good. I knew that they were doing a heat sink recolor, but I wasn't expecting it to be that good. I won't lie.
Evo harvester, but I don't need that.
You made me think there was a code problem with the skins. Is that working? I don't even know if that's working. I'm checking the BP. Oh, okay. You're checking the battle pass now. What else has been new? Not laggy. Slobber. What else has been new? How's school going? Thank you, thank you.
P2020 here.
Okay, my game's
Nice
just
choice.
spazzing out again,
You
of
got
course.
good taste. Beleza.
Oh.
Another beautiful piece.
There's no BPC. Oh, okay.
Only 2 of the squads left. We're almost through.
Guess the champion
No,
couldn't
bro, like
keep up.
everything just feels small. Feels slow, eh?
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
It hasn't
Feels
really.
slow to me.
It hasn't really been for me.
Attention.
To be fair.
Not like ping related, but
Replicator
it's
incoming.
just very slow.
Could have used one of these
Oh,
guys.
that's not good, Slobber.
60 seconds left. The ring's very
Shotgun
close.
here.
Wait,
One
hold on.
squad
Ooh, but
stands
there
between
is.
us and tomorrow.
I like to take that. Gold, please. Today.
Forget. Eva shotgun here.
Got to the next level. What upgrade should I take, Echo?
45 seconds, ring's close. Careful, they could be watching.
Got my upgrade. Time to use it.
Bro, that Eva is gonna be a situation.
Rings close.
Did someone
30
grab it
seconds to
already?
do up
Oh
your
no, they
laces.
didn't.
You
No,
trip, you
I
die.
didn't grab it.
You know what? I'm taking it. I'm not good with the Eva, but you know what? I don't care.
I'm crafting. Patience.
Seconds to get back on the grid.
That's not good, Slobber.
If we can,
Let's use that gravity cannon, shall we?
we can take that.
Nah, I don't want to make too much noise going in.
Time time's up and we're not in the ring. Move
Delivery
now.
care package.
Care package coming in.
Well, you know what? Oh, what? Where's my door?
Hold on. Shields are charging.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's nothing I could have done there.
Oh, look at this banner. Look at this guy's banner.
Oh, sorry, I already left the game.
Germ. He is Pred 688 and Pred 240.
Oh, yeah.
So there's Preds in our games. So they haven't fixed matchmaking at all.
Great.
So they did not fix MMR
My,
at all.
my siblings distracted me. You're all good, Cheeky.
So, Echo.
Yo.
They did not fix MMR, the matchmaking at all. Hang on, Apex pack. I get. Alright, get a purple. What's the purple gonna be? And it's gonna be a vantage skin, which I do not need.
Yeah, that does me with 44 packs, Apex packs. I'm waiting till I get the full what do you call it? I'm waiting until I get the full price tracker done, and then I'm gonna do all the packs at once.
Fair enough, fair enough.
We're just in my viewer games channel, Shaky, if you want to join. Do you want me to switch servers?
Probably the best, eh?
What should I go to then? Do you want me to go to Sing Tokyo?
Let's just do regular trios.
All right.
Just for now.
No. Oh, I have to reset my game. Hang on.
All good, all good.
Yeah, that link should work. I haven't changed it. Yeah. That link there should be valid. Yeah, so the ones in the stream elements announcement there, that if you click that link there, you should be able to click it. If not, I'll just try clicking that one now.
Oh, I really want to try Thunderdome.
Thunderdome?
We should do that first off. Yeah, nah, it's the new LTM. Let's play that for a couple games. Why not? Just to get used to it, get a feel of it. Imagine if it's like arenas.
Right. Sugary.
Wait, you had to restart your game and wouldn't let you change servers?
Nah, I wouldn't. Where are you? I can't see you. Oh, you're there. Yeah, I had to fully restart my game.
No, all good, all good. Yeah, let's do the LTM.
I thought that was the LTM. Oh, you mean the mixtape? Yeah, mixtape.
Mixtape, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing great.
Hello, good sir.
Love to hear it.
Wait, so Sugar, are you playing on the Switch?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Shit.
Hell yeah.
Didn't know you can play it on the Switch.
Oh yeah, you've been able to play on the Switch for a while now.
Yeah, since season 8. That's when it released. That's when I started playing.
I mean, when did you wait?
Remember they had bloody Apex Mobile.
Oh, yeah, we we'll know that too well.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the great. Oh yeah, because I'm guessing people like lost so much money because they discontinued it in like what, 2020, or like
Laggy can tell me. Laggy, when did Apex Mobile stop? Because Laggy's actually a QA tester for Respawn.
Is he actually?
Yep. I have it. I literally have an Apex dev as my mod. Look at the.
Yeah, as your bot. Yeah, I remember that on Discord.
Look in the shop. Oh wow, they've redone the shop as well.
Built like a Fortnite shop.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you can.
Wait,
Oh,
so
wait.
how do you unlock so how can you unlock the free? What's it called? Flatty skin.
So if you go to seasonal and then you go to challenges, there's a breakout. So yeah, there's breakout challenges.
5th anniversary. Oh, breakout. Okay. Okay, track that. What's the challenges? Oh, you have to send 6 unique free gifts or battle pass. How do you do free gifts?
So if you go to your store and then you go like,
store.
yeah. So if you go here, so if you see like, oh, hang on, I'm just chatting.
Hang on, no, mine's buffering.
Yeah. So if you go to featured.
Oh, free gift. Okay.
Yeah, and you gotta like you do login verification, which I haven't done.
I have to do this bloody verification.
Mm.
Yeah, go to the link. I'll do that real quick.
I'll do that. I'll do that another time. Is it this one?
Yeah, if it's gonna take
this one,
too
Slobber?
long.
Is it this one? That's actually, I don't mind that actually. It gives me like a little bit like Joker vibes in a way, like just with all, I guess because it's tats and whatnot. The event one, but that as well. Oh yeah, I sat. So if I go
on password, okay. Oh, has probably expired. Time then.
Wait, which one did you say it looks similar to?
Jesus, how long does it take just for control, bro?
I think being OS, it's just gonna be like queues aren't gonna pop as quickly.
I don't want to play OS.
Clocktain. Wait, is that one? I don't know if I actually have him. I don't think I do. I don't even think I had him on my console account. Oh, event offers. Clocktain is a legendary. Oh, legendary from an old event. Right.
Let me just do this real quick. Send you a friend request, and then I'll just see which servers I can probably use, which will be faster.
Alrighty.
Yeah, just hang on 2 secs. Jesus. Wait, why is Sydney 100 ping and 2 packet loss?
Bro, that's sick. What the hell?
They need to
go to the event tab and then check the event offered in that tab. So okay, so go to event and then event offers. Okay.
See if that did anything.
You say this had 3 recolors. It reminds me a little bit from of Wrench with the mask from Watch Dogs. No, Clock's Hand. Oh, right. But I actually like that. I might actually cop that. How long's this? Refreshes in 13 days. So this is from last year. I'm actually gonna probably cop some of these. Check my banner to see the original? Yeah, I might do that actually.
Echo, ready up.
That's blood. Apex. Alright, I'll check it after this game. Why could it look like the bottom of Slim Shady?
He does, bro. He does.
Which one? Which skin? Or just
the event one. The event one.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I can definitely see it actually.
No, they didn't really change them. Unless you count the perks, sure, but it doesn't really do that much for him, in my opinion.
What's this for?
See ya.
Oh yeah.
1, 2, Jesus, I still see bloody 3 half
I don't even know where to go. Still go.
Okay.
Attack these two.
Control.
Charge right full. No, I am.
No charges for me. Oh, okay, well there is people who run charge rifles.
Okay, yeah, this guy just wants to...
Yeah, there's another one there. Go. Oh my god, okay. I'm getting shot from that dude. Crap.
I like how I just walked. Ah man, I was so low.
Okay, I can't hit myself.
Oh, I can never hit myself.
I'm surprised I didn't get hit.
Oh my god, it's ready to CQ. Myself with this freaking. I hit him with the crypto ult.
There's a guy sitting right here, I swear. These people. Only I'm allowed to sit.
I could keep going, I got to. I'm adding.
Apex needs to fix their servers now.
Well, it's unfortunate because apparently they signed a contract for another 5 years with the same server company. I'm not even kidding about that.
You're joking.
No, I wish I was. Oh!
Wish harder, please. Oh, I went hard.
That was a nice kind of shot, I won't lie.
Is there a different sniper I can do with the charge rifle today? The triple take counts, I guess.
Bro, I don't know how you can be.
I have not got a kill on here. I'm a little disappointed in myself.
Yeah, same here, bro. Same here.
Oh, he's so close to being dead.
Try and stop us.
I think it's one guy.
Bro, there's nothing. How do you...
Oh my god, that is unlucky for you, my friend.
Whoever just saved me, thank you. Died to a bloodhound. These gas traps are annoying. RC is riddled with it.
Fellas know the drill.
Get up.
Oh, there's a guy right there. How did I not?
Zone's out.
Damn.
Bro, stop stealing kills, bro.
Let's go.
How many damage did I get?
Apex champions.
How many?
Look at that. Oh, I got 1 kill, okay.
1 kill, 14 assists. Jesus Christ.
Me?
Yeah, that is me with
Is that
6.
you or me? Yeah,
si-
I know.
14 assists.
I honestly, I feel that like on a very close, like
Wait, so,
personal
okay,
level.
What'd you say? Respawn had a
So apparently, Respawn signed a 5-year contract with the same server company.
What, for this season?
No, I mean like they've written. Oh, hang on, let me find it and I'll put it in chat.
Because last season, like, everything was good. I was getting, like, 20 ping for O servers. But now I'm getting 100 ping. Like, the highest I probably got in O servers on last season was, like, probably, like, 40, 50 ping. I'm getting, like, 100, 200 ping. Just in O servers alone. And we're on Sing, so, yeah. But still, it's annoying. It's actually annoying.
Oh, that's 2021. Some recent.
Yeah, I'm gonna do terribly here. I can't sit back, charge rifle, and shoot people now.
Well, we don't know which gun it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's why I'm sad. Wanna grab a sniper and just sit back and annoy people. And get killed for it.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Gunbound.
Oh, almost had it.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, you won. Oh my god.
Bro, I'm getting shot by you. No.
Oh, I nearly had that rape too.
Bro, I'm actually gonna get fucked.
Oh my god, of course it's a...
Yeah, Apex does that to you.
Especially
Don't
start,
worry, I'm with
start of the season as well, it's not helping it.
Putting an eye in the sky. What lies behind the veil?
Get out of my lobby, bro.
On me, on me.
Ready up?
Oh my god. Ew. I was whiffing my shots there. Guy above, guy above. Oh, two of them. Oh, that's a whole team. Drop. Drop. Nah, I killed one. Another one. Right here. Oh, I'm by myself. I didn't try. Yeah, the field I would have been so aggressive. Yes.
Bro, I'm getting minimal sound as well. They said they fixed the sound for console, but I haven't done anything. And I think, Jesus, what is this? Yeah, it's not letting me like just do like my little like jump.
Has reached half the points necessary for victory.
You can't tap straight anymore.
They are halfway.
No, not that much.
No heirloom, Slobber. No heirloom. Okay, that is...
Oh, got one. I got one.
Oh.
Oh, what? How? No, of course he had a car.
Bro, why'd you... Why'd you crouch shot?
You gotta stop committing so much. God,
Oh, he's blessed well.
I'm back, you eggs. Let's scramble some foes.
Oh, yeah. Just everyone's on me. Oh my god, they're literally holding their dick. They're actually holding their dick together.
hold on, let me be up there real quick. I think there's people up there. Somebody. They had utilities up there too.
Oh yeah, there's like 14 up there.
Two of them. We're in last, boys. We gotta step it up. Golly. These guys don't miss with marching. Oh, they're pacing.
Hello, Jay. What's up, bro?
Oh, too low on me.
How are you? What's going on? Is that DJ though? No. Huh? I just popped on and saw you a lot. Hey, let's go.
Bro, how is
This is fire,
this guy
yeah.
has 12 kills, this ACDC guy, and he knows what he's doing.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Jay. I appreciate it.
Sorry. Oh God.
Oh.
Hold on. Shields are charging.
Oh my God! They're shooting me. They're shooting me from up top.
Yeah, I just got shot as well.
There. Oh my God.
Gives us six. We charging my shields.
Wait, Octane has. Wait, do you think Octane has 4 heirloom animations now?
We need.
So hard to see what these cards is on. Take these off now. Alright. So it's either a smurf or...
Well,
Alright. I feel like I missed something. Well, actually, Slobber, I'm adding more redeems as I go. So you'll definitely see, like, hang on.
Wait.
Okay.
What about,
yeah, I'm definitely gonna be adding more redeems. Plus, you're actually, you know what? You're the first person to actually use that redeem. You're the first person to actually use that blue screen redeem. No one else has actually even used it yet. Why do you have to be mad? Now, was that what I meant to... They updated the pull-out animation as well as... and I'm honored to be the first. Yeah, right?
I do not know what I'll become, but it will be striking.
Now, I want to find this because...
I'm going to tear them apart. Politely.
Hi, Autumn! Good morning. Oh, well, afternoon, I guess. How are you, Autumn? How's your day been? Or was your day so far?
Just nothing. Exquisite.
Oh, we in pubs now, are you?
Outstanding.
I just woke up, had since good morning. Okay, good morning then, Autumn. How'd you go? Did you have any luck defeating that boss last night? Did you get any closer? Little bro and big bro in the same chat.
Magnificent.
Can't wait to go out, but the weather is shit. Is it like really hot or? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was that muscle.
You're all good. I don't think anybody went here.
Oh, it's freezing. Oh. The weather's just a bit all over the place at the moment. Oh, actually, that's just Melbourne. That's just Melbourne weather in a nutshell.
Oh, I just realized.
Rings near, cuzzies. Got a minute before she closes.
I went to sleep and woke up and she was still fighting and then she ended. What time did you finish, Jordan?
Cuzzies. Got some goodies for you.
Rings near, and we've got 45 seconds. Like here. Easy peasy.
But I've never seen my goat give up before. True. It was nice for a few days, but it was stuck at home. I don't even know what to. Yeah. Probably early hours of the morning, I guess.
Would you like a pat on the back?
You kill leaders killed their way to the top. Respect.
Let's take this.
From my dart. Fear not, companions. Rings near and closing in 10 seconds. Your
Oh, no. Okay, no, fall back, fall back. Oh. I got the others here. I want to try to take a frustration from the boss out on me.
I'll switch to ice because it's still in sing.
Are you on sing at the moment?
Yeah. Oh, Apex back. Hang on.
Were you on sing?
Blue, purple, white. Yeah, I was acting out. Oh, I got crafting materials. 200, nice. Yeah, well, no, I forgot to.
Jordy and I are getting hot pot today. I'm getting a new camera and he's getting his head on. I was like, ooh, what camera are you getting, Autumn? Or are you getting the Ixis? Oh wait, no, you already got the Ixis, didn't you?
Like, I don't know what's going on with the servers now. Like last season, it was a-okay, but now it's just not.
I'm getting an Ixis and the Nikon.
Yeah, I feel like it'll pass. As the season progresses.
Hopefully it does.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's just one of those things where it's just gonna take a little bit of time before the.
No way I was downloading something. I'm guessing that's why it was happening.
Why are you having so much trouble?
Downloading that's probably why. I was like, why
Bruh.
am I downloading something? Oh, okay. That's probably why. Oh, idiot.
So wait, are you getting a new? Are you getting a new stream cam as well? Is that what the Nikon? Is that what the Nikon's for? Is that a new stream cam? Oh, actually, there was something I was meant to send you, Autumn. There was an app you can use on your phone for cooking streams that you can use as like a second, or like second or third cam, like a portable camera. And you just run it off as like a browser source. I was meaning to send that to you because I was like, it'd be good if you use that as, yeah. No idea.
Oh, that's probably my background. My bad.
I have like a what is it? Yeah.
I apologize.
While I remember, I'll send it to you. I'll send it. Nah, it's not Kodak. It's not Kodaki.
But yes.
Oh, did it? Am I tweet live? Oh, hang on.
Okay, guys, I'm getting 30 ping now.
You get, brother.
And
yeah, welcome to the club.
Fine, okay. You know. You know, because I was downloading something I had no
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an actual idiot for that. God, can I even?
I'm on my phone over here.
Oh. Yeah, I'm here. I actually, yeah, I don't think I played Apex with Kodak. Because I know he does, yeah, I was gonna say, I know he does play, so. But I guess he's been a bit busy with work as well, too.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I hear he gets. I think. Who's he usually. Who have I seen him play with? I don't know. Do you know Mayhay? Autumn? Because I know that's who I usually see him play with. Yeah. I usually see him play a lot with May, and their lobbies are pretty full on.
Oh, that's wonderful. Glad you figured that out. How? Golly. I thought I perfectly timed that jump.
Yeah, just a bit too short.
Well, there's a bat if one of you want it.
Oh, why not?
Survival of the meanest, I'm afraid.
Oh, jeez.
You know Octane streams? Octane streams, they added a pull-out animation. Oh, that's pretty neat, actually. Not gonna lie.
Movement in progress.
Rings moving.
See, I've got a lot of... Do I want to brow up? Not really.
There's a lot of heavy here.
Bro, how do you damage yourself? Did you actually go into the fire?
Yeah, I was on the trolley and I was passing by the support bin. I tried to jump on it, but I timed it wrong. Fell into the lava.
Attention.
I promise you, I'm not that clumsy regularly.
I mean, that's just... To be honest, that's just me most of the time when I play this game. Clumsy as anything. What's up, Jay?
I get a 1 times or something.
Backpack level 2.
Alright. We all done looting? Could we go?
I was waiting for you guys.
I'm ready to go.
Jesus, bro, my.
Let me go get that Evo station.
Massive ping spikes as well.
There's an evil harvester here.
Oh, Evo Harvest.
Every like 30 seconds.
Up front left, no time to be tired.
You ready for an upgrade, boy?
Give me my upgrade, syndicate scum.
Thank you, thank you. Oh.
Mags with the upgrade. Stoked.
Which one do you think? Long view or racing hearts? Like long view does plus 25 pass / attack range, or racing hearts does.
Hello,
yeah, do the ring.
Tox.
I find the
Okay, handsome. Tox. That's all you, bro. That's all you. What level are you, Echo? I am 247. I'm 240 something. I know that. Alright, I went to an old job because there was a girl I wanted to talk to there, and we ended up talking for like an hour. Got the digits. Let's go, Jay. Good shit. Things you love to hear.
Sure.
Also,
Yeah,
by the way, you were gonna check. Oh yeah. I will. I'll do it after this. How are you, Tox? Have you? Oh, you haven't played the new. Have you played any of the new season yet? Or are you waiting? Are you waiting till later on when Raiden and Schmidt get on?
My club members.
You can't what?
Spam invite club members.
Reality 60? A damn straight. I'm happy for you, Jay. That's good shit.
Oh yeah, you mind pinging stuff for me? I'm doing it for like a... I don't care what it is. Pick it up.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Okay, my
Hemlock here. Light heavy ammo here. Light ammo here. Hemlock here.
Okay.
Wait, why do you want me to...
For a challenge. It's because when you ping something and I pick it up, I have the option unit for a
Now waiting. Jumped in the firing range. Look at the armor and upgrading system. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's one thing that's gonna take a while to kind of like get used to. I feel like that's gonna be something that's gonna take a little while to actually kind of like get my head around, especially the fact that like we were saying this before. If you were to do 1v1s in firing range, you have to literally shoot bots for at least like 5 minutes to get the armor up to the like level that you need. Which I was like, kind of annoying, to be fair.
Isn't there evac harvesters on the firing range? You can just use those.
To get your level up.
We must act. Next ring is far.
Wait, to get your level up?
Yeah, there's like Evo harvesters in the firing range.
Okay. Well, you just had to shoot fucking bots to get it to get it to the level you want it.
Yeah, I would have to start going feral if that was.
Yeah.
Don't forget, there is people do go up this way, so just be careful.
Near monument.
Oh, let's go fight them. Oh, you guys want my care pack?
Yeah, why not? No one here.
No, just my old.
Oh, so it's an actual care package.
No, I don't have that.
Standard stock here, level 2.
Thanks. Oh no, someone can take those.
Oh, you know me. I'm all about the Aroha.
Alright.
All right, hard cases. We're right by the ring. Got 45.
Like, this game does not want me to give me a sight.
Do you want a sight, do you?
Yeah, one time.
Optics here, close range.
I'm gonna go high ground. See if there's anything. Why is it so silent?
I don't even know.
Oh, right in front of me.
Making contact with enemy.
Rings
oh yeah, stop.
A127 purple. Ah, me.
Oh, they got purple. They got purple.
One has blue. Oh my lord, I get
Oh, there's one down here as well. It's a raid. Oh, that's unlucky.
Dang it. There was a whole team right there.
I couldn't do anything.
Unfortunate.
That is, yeah, that's unlucky.
Oh,
alright.
This game does gives me the shit, so.
That one.
Y'all boys want to try out ranked?
I mean, I'm down. I don't mind.
What comp are you running?
Good question, actually.
I don't mind who I play.
If we're gonna play,
But I do thrive as a support character.
Ranked.
I might play Bang, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I played Bang. Now.
Oh, it's only 250 RP.
To start with, yeah, because I think I was watching Deagle play before.
I remember it was 1,000. It was 1,000.
Yeah,
1,000 last season.
Yeah, because I was watching Deagle play earlier, and I think it was like, yeah, bronze is like, it's back to like 500. I think.
Yeah, and
So,
they took away the
promo trials.
matches.
Yeah, I didn't mind that. Like provisionals and all that.
That only happened like one season.
Yeah, like probably like one season. I didn't actually mind the provisionals. It was just the promo trials. So it was like, fuck that.
The promo, yeah. Oh no, I don't mean provisional. I mean promo. Yeah, no, not the trials. Yeah, I didn't mean the provisional.
Yeah, I didn't actually mind the provisionals.
This season is shorter than the last one. Last season it was like 108 days or something.
Yeah, we've got 80. I think this is like 83. So what's that? 30. So 30, 60.
Like 2 months. 2 months and a half.
2.5 months. Yeah, something like that.
2.5 months. Yeah.
Like, I'm not able to run. I'll have to wait. Never mind. So actually, if we're playing ranked, I'm gonna have to go to. I'm going to controller. Oh wait, I'm not.
Yes, aim assist.
Yeah.
No time for a race, but I know what I need to do.
If this game goes horribly, I might just go conduit.
Not a problem.
You've got music.
What happened?
I said if this game goes horrible, we're just gonna go conduit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Introducing your champion.
Alright, let's
Yeah, I'm gonna be a meta.
Oh. Okay, so we got masters and they're in
Yeah, fun time.
Y'all feeling interest?
I sense that's a good spot to land.
I mean, I'm down for
Let's
it.
land there.
On second thought, never mind.
I'm easy. I'm easy wherever we go.
Wait, why do you play?
Shooting star.
Okay, so one team.
Just because it's a confidence thing. I don't really feel like playing playing M and K. Like I'm fine with doing that on pubs for the time being, but I don't know. I just don't feel confident playing ranked on M and K yet.
Let me hit up the bottom floor.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of frame drops.
Ah! Yikes.
I cracked a target shield.
53?
Opening fire on our prey. Reloading.
I can hear your stream up.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so I can see myself.
First blood? Last blood's the thing.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to see those guys.
Okay, they shot me through. They shot me through the. They shot me through the.
30 seconds
like,
left.
Where are they on top?
Okay.
Oh, I can't hit my shot.
Sniper ammo here.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a senti. Fuck it.
Take him down.
Wait, I don't know how to pick up a senti.
One foot in front of the other.
Sorry, can I please get a sight? Sugar, you need to turn something off.
Yeah.
That's probably your.
Yeah, action going on. I am so sorry. I'll mute for the time being.
No.
We need to center ourselves.
Hey, agent. No, I'm not. I don't even know what servers we're on.
How you been, bro?
I honestly don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what servers we're on.
Give my shields a reach out.
Play over there.
I think. Wait, are we?
I need to sight.
Yeah, are we on OS or?
Watch my back.
Okay, that's a bit odd then. I'm doing like mad ping.
Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
How much you getting?
Care package coming
Like
down. Replenish the stores.
between 60 to 80. And there's a bump up to like 156 at one point.
Oh, okay, shit. Please get a sight.
Looting here. This spot has the right info. My ultimate is ready. Turbotron has us covered.
No. How do you turn off? Wait, so how do you turn off the haptic?
I'm out of sniper ammo.
Oh, do you have it?
Yeah, I can feel it.
Go to controller.
Kill leader.
Is it adaptive
Call him if you
triggers?
spot him.
It's adaptive triggers. Adaptive triggers, that's the one, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Don't go push it. I need to find a site because I can't do this.
Ow!
Oh,
I swear I'm a.
Yeah, they pushed to our tower. Oh!
They got me. I'm down.
You need a charm back and a
Please get up.
They're focusing. Stop that. You're too young to disappear.
Frag out.
Why are you here already?
Yeah, it was a part of the new update.
Recharging shield.
How are you shooting me?
Yeah, it was a part of the new update, agent.
You got it.
Oh, okay, now.
How do I finish it?
Now.
How did he shoot?
Change is inevitable, my friend.
Shoot me.
I just make it beautiful.
Honestly.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Preds.
Are they preds?
Yep.
Are they? Whoa. I don't like that.
And they're like seriously, do your bloody job properly. Like,
You know,
I think it might be better if I got support.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't help the fact, agent, that I
No,
was
you can't get our
getting,
banners.
like, we're on OS servers, and I'm somehow getting 150 ping.
Who do you reckon I play though? Conduit,
Don't know how that works, but, you know.
Yeah.
No, no.
Oh, why not? He's a fine fella.
This is the first time you're coming across. Yeah, no, I get that. It's just like, I literally.
Yeah, we didn't lose anything.
I don't think you lose anything up until you get
I need
to.
to fix my settings, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think you lose anything up until you get to bronze.
Alright,
No,
conduit it is.
or it might be silver.
Putting everything down. Hang on, let's just go here real quick.
Didn't think there was rookie still. Yeah, bronze in season 13, you don't lose RP.
Oh, Sugar, you know, where's Sugary?
There he is.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are.
Just took a little bit to load.
There you go. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I'm in
yeah, bronze in season 13, you didn't lose. Yeah, no, you didn't. Oh god, I don't know stuff in my eye.
Oh yeah, they did do it.
That's it.
Oh, now it's only 10.
One y'all want a 1v1 real quick? I promise I'm not that chill.
Yeah, just don't let boss get a win, man. My aim with this is not as good as. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not sure what they did to RP system. Yeah, no clue, honestly. Am I allowed roller? Yes. Yes. Yes, you are allowed roller. I feel like I need it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go here.
Just need to choose my guns first.
You can choose whatever you like. I don't.
Look out, worlds! I'm leveled up and ready to upgrade.
Why
I've
am I
chosen an
poppy?
upgrade. It's chosen me.
Boss will be loving. Actually, I'm gonna ask. Oh, you're real good, Slobber. You're all good. You're all good. Boss.
Yo.
Roll. Agent wants to know. Well, Kingo wants to know. Are you enjoying the 120 FPS lobby? The console?
Man, I'm loving it, bro. I'm loving it.
Still, we still got to get him onto PC, but you know, you'll be there in no time.
120 frames.
Yeah, but you get like a lot more with the PC.
Oh.
That one. That's how we do it.
I usually do both, so.
I didn't even know there was a second one.
Alright, whenever.
Pause, enemy here.
3, 2, 1.
Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy.
Hey, whore.
Hey.
Excuse me. Excuse me. That is not how you talk to your elders.
Move here.
Is aim assist still the same?
Let's go here.
It's not too bad. I don't know. I don't play on controller that much as I used to, so it's like I couldn't really. Oh, you mean on console? That's a boss question. Is aim assist still the same boss? On console?
No.
A new level means it's upgrade time for the killing machine. That's me.
Come on, baby.
Oh, what? Did I not hit you enough?
Picked an upgrade,
They're not
friends. Grappling.
Nah, that's unfortunate.
Let's go
All
here.
Oh, you're not ready. I apologize.
Since they added 120 FPS, they were gonna make it the same as PC. Yeah, right. I guess, yeah. Like, with the way technology is at the moment, it's possible. So just make everyone on a wait, do you have to pick up upgrades every? Yep. Every single game. That's shit. It is what it is. I'm not gonna use it then. Each to their own. Oh my god, I can't do it. I'm gonna load up Apex. Let's go.
Sweet.
Move here.
Max level. Gee, I'm the best.
Let's go. Caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Go here.
You losing? Are you losing, boss?
All good.
Yeah, Echo, your turn. Your turn.
Is it my turn? Is it? Ah, there's no one in here. There's no one in there, Shiki. It's only you. Hang on. Alright.
Oh, that's what.
Yeah, I think. Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Wingman is wild. You didn't do me like that? Oh, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh, you're not ready? Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
mean. Okay, I'm not ready.
Oh my god.
Oh, no way.
I'm whiffing.
Please stop.
I'm whiffing.
Oh, what?
Taken down.
Oh, we got each other at the same time.
Oh, that's too funny.
We killed each other.
Oh, that's too funny.
Actually, hang on. Can I see something?
Let's go here.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Oh,
That's alright.
They're shooting at me.
I keep punching on that thing. You can't let me win, buddy.
Oh my god.
Yay.
Alright, I'm gonna switch that loadout. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Because I was talking to Agent, that's why. I completely forgot.
Awesome. Okay, no wingman, no wingman.
Alright, no,
Why
I'm
you guys doing so much?
I'm gonna switch that out. I'm gonna switch that out. Actually, I'll use the same one I used to shit on boss a while ago. Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, I see you. Oh, dude, let me duck. Ah, golly. Oh.
You know what? All right. If I am actually gonna do 1v1, I'm actually gonna use I'll use M and K.
I mean, I don't mind really. I'll still get destroyed regardless.
Nah, I think because when I did bosses 1v1s, that's what I did. I was using M and K.
Picked an upgrade. Good work waiting, Echo. I've grabbed my upgrade, team people.
All right. I'm ready whenever. Oh.
That's on me.
Yay. I swear I keep punching on my bacon at the moment.
One more and I'm versing the winner.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
This way. 가자.
Mate.
I'm on ammo. What? Oh, I ran out of ammo. No. I had you in my hand.
Oh, it's...
Right there. Oh well.
Where are you, boss? Or you want me to go to the other side? I'll go to the other side. Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Unfortunate.
Boss missed me his shots? Oh, I never knew that.
Okay, suck my tank. 3, 2, yeah, you know what? Let's do both.
You what? Oh, here we go.
No Einsteins, mate. No Einsteins.
Alright, come on. You ready?
Bro, I said.
Oh,
You using bow check as well, bro.
Oh, fucking hell. Wait, just bow checks?
Yeah. No. You can use your own secondary.
Alright.
With no Einsteins. Unless that's too much.
Nah, three times on the bow check's weird. I don't like that.
Okay.
Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Right here.
Oh, bro, come on. Thanks for the clip.
I'm glad that's not me.
getting one clipped on M and K with a flatline.
Sometimes it's just lovely to get some air, right?
Yeah, you have to set up.
Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh. Wait, how low did I wait, how low did I actually have you?
About 25, 30 each.
Flip that one, buddy.
Alright, ready? 3, 3, 2, 1.
That's on me.
Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Out you go.
Oh!
That's on me.
Oh, both got each other at the same time. Again.
Flip that, flip that.
Don't clip that. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Alright, after this, let me get a shot.
Alright.
Like,
Yeah, yeah. 3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada boom.
don't lose, he's on winning.
Oh!
Ain't no way, buddy.
Get shit on!
I'm down. That's on me.
Alright. Who am I replacing? Alright, now I'm ready.
Your heart stopped beating.
Alright, I'm gonna get out.
Turning it off and on again.
3, 2, 1.
I gotta be a little bit more quiet.
A peak has a secondary. Aw, damn. You didn't have to do me like that, good sir. You didn't even use the boat. Huh?
I got a win there, sorry.
Alright.
Oh, I should select an upgrade.
Okay.
Don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, did you? Yeah, did you on the wingman? Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Drop everything. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Are you ready?
Yeah, of course I'm ready. Damn. What are you hitting me with?
Wingman.
Golly. I didn't get a chance. Alright.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'll be
Oh,
back
you're
in a
lucky I
sec.
had you 13 right there. No, come here.
What, you really?
Oh, damn.
What?
Ah, no, I can't let that disrespect slide. It's not in my blood.
Disrespect.
Alright. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I told you I wouldn't let it slide.
P20 is actually low-key
Because I'm good
goated.
with it.
Yeah, P20 is low-key goated if you can use it properly.
Which I just use it properly on you. Alright, whenever you're ready.
Hang on, let me just...
Getting shot at.
Ay, you little bitch.
Blood.
That's on me.
Wait,
But
are
he
you
hit-
actually using P20?
He's actually using a P20, yeah.
Okay, I can't let you win. And you got a wingman? Yeah, that's not happening.
I got a PK and I got a PK.
No, he switched out the wingman.
3, 2, 1. Which way you going? Left or right?
Oh, damn. Oh, you have hammer point. Okay, buddy, you have hammer point.
Oh, no.
You have hammer. I was confused
Yeah,
for a second.
no,
How are you shooting?
yeah, I was gonna say, wait, yeah, he was just using it as is, yeah.
No, it's good. I was just confused. I was like, how are you shooting it that fast?
Yeah, no, my bad.
You're all good. I wouldn't have pushed if I knew that.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. I took off hammer points, by the way.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
What the hell just happened?
Kick him out nicely. Now, whenever you're ready.
Oh, what's he got now?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Get him out of here. Stop trying, boy.
I was just...
You did good. You did good.
Respect going on.
You did good.
I'm trying to climb, it won't let me climb. It sucks that you can't have... What's it called? Divion car now. Or flat... Not flatty, sorry.
Or, R9.
R9, yeah.
Enemy
3,
here.
2, 1. Oh, he's already up top. What, this slut?
Oh, I see what's going on now. And I'm taking full advantage of it.
Bro, my shot's not even hitting. Echo?
Yeah, you're making it easy for me,
Fire.
Little whore.
which is not good. Yeah, bow chick's a bit powerful. Though, I won't. Hold on, let me swap it out.
Okay, let's do something that I'm actually good with. Echo. Yeah, listen, bitch. That's not what I want to do.
Ooh, Senti.
Oh, I love that gun. Alrighty.
Okay, go.
Oh my god.
You can't stop the power of the Mozam and P20. It's just too
Oh,
godly.
you're using Mosey as well?
Yeah, it's fun.
Heads up, we're not alone.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. Keep scaring me with all your string and stuff. I hope it gets demolished immediately. Should I go long range as well? I feel like that's only fair.
Do whatever your heart desires.
Alright.
Oh, you switch sides now, have you, boss?
Whoa, whoa. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Whenever you're ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, boom.
I like how you can see. Ow.
Sorry, Echo's footstep is
Yeah, it's disturbing me too. I'm thinking you're pushing. Ah!
Trying to get it.
God. How am I still alive, bro?
Trying to get a good angle.
How was I still alive right there? Alright, we go again. Oh, it's Ashley.
Hi, Ash.
No, we gotta.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Ash. How are you?
Ooh,
Thanks for the shout out, boss.
Come here. Come here.
How you doing, Ashley? How's your day been? I'll mute while these guys are 1v1ing. I'm doing much better now that I'm home from work or long work day.
I need another gun.
How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying the new season. It's like, it's different. I think it's the best way of putting it. Yeah, it's definitely different. Some stuff that
I'm ready.
It's gonna take a little while to kind of like get used to,
Okay.
but it's like that with most of them, nearly every single season. So, you know.
3, 2, 1, go.
You're still on my day, but also. Oh, that's not good. Well, hopefully you feel better soon. Yeah, that's not it's not a fun time, especially when you're feeling unwell and then you still have to go push through work as well. It's like, it is not a fun combo at all. No worries. Actually, wait, I thought I had that eat. Wait, hang on a sec.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm adding that emote right now. I'm updating Apex now, kind of excited. Ooh. It's a fun season. I won't lie, but no, where's my emotes?
Bro, how'd you hit me? I was down below.
You're not that sneaky.
The loot boxes are probably the least necessary change. Loot boxes.
No, wait, stop. I was legit behind here.
Wait, how exactly?
How did you shoot me through there?
I moved.
I'm just excited to vibe check the.
No, you were like right here.
I won't lie. Yeah,
right here.
I'm doing something else at the moment, so I'm not actually looking at the game. I'm probably
I
there.
was right here, and then you were like speaking like this.
That's on me.
I can still see that, you piece of shit. The fuck you, boss.
You see in the corner.
I can see it on my OBS. I can still see you. So I don't have the game open.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
You ready?
Oh, Echo, wait, hang on. Got something. Fuck, where is it? Damn, it's not there.
Who's? Oh, I've definitely added it to someone's channel. Maybe.
Go.
What? Oh, okay, buddy. Okay. No, take that. Take that. No. Come back out. Come back out. Get your goofy ass back out. Excuse me. I see you. Don't hide. Ah, okay.
Don't hide.
Oh,
don't hide.
Hi, buddy. Oh, you're. I didn't even hear you. I won't lie. Okay, buddy. Okay. You think you're hot stuff now. You think you're hot stuff.
You think you're hot stuff now, buddy boy.
You don't think you're hot stuff now, buddy boy.
There we go. There you go, Ash. That's it.
Come on, peek, boy. Don't test that. Don't do that.
Don't test what?
Don't test me.
I see you.
I'm definitely excited to rank again, because I mean I played a little bit last season, but just the promo trials, it's just so off-putting. The promo trials just made it me not want to rank.
Let me, please, God! I had no ammo. I had no ammo. I had to punch.
That is unfortunate.
I tried to no scope you. It went forward, and I had no.
Fuck you, boss. I could.
I shouldn't have won that.
Okay, go.
Oh, you keep saying it at random times. I'm not.
He has a tendency of doing that.
Okay, buddy.
I barely played any rank I could not mentally handle. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's 100% fair.
Okay.
That was also another reason why I just gave up on ranking, is because, like, just solo queue, the MMR, and the teammates, it was just like, put my head into a blender some days when I was playing. I was like, Why am I playing this? Why am I putting myself through this torture?
Well, I should have.
Took down some prey.
I saw you panicking. Hey, do not call me that.
He's
I will
he's
tickle you in your sleep.
he's talking to me.
That's on me.
Oh, then they're freaking.
Get bitched up, boy.
It's deja vu with you fighters.
Alrighty.
Especially the whole promotion or trials before moving to yeah, didn't really make make that much sense at all. Like,
Damn.
Frank has managed. Yeah, it has.
I tried to hit you at least once before backing. Should have done so.
But
Wait, you're not even charging your senti. Wait, you know you can charge your senti if you want to.
I was gonna say
I know.
The thing I did like was
Oh, I guess I could.
Well, yeah. Hang on, let me just deafen. Actually, it might be a bit easier. The thing I did like with ranked last season was I actually didn't mind doing the provisional trials, like all those provisional matches, because it meant that I could actually progress a lot further. Yeah, basically just progress a lot further than having to just like go back to what we are doing with the old systems, like slowly go back from rookie 4 all the way up to like I don't know, bronze. I think it's like silver when it starts. You start to get the negative. You get the entry costs. But yeah, I didn't mind doing those provisional matches because it means I could get through further, and it wouldn't be as much of the grind. But at the same time, yeah, just mainly just promo trials and the solo queuing was just pain. Oh god, I can just do this. There we go. Oh, yeah, servers. We were talking about that before. We were talking about that before.
No. Ah! You're joking.
I do not take rank serious. Yeah. No, we were talking about before. Apparently, the server, like server provider, like the server provider. Actually, it had to be Charlie Intel that I saw it on, because it was somewhere on Twitter. Apparently,
okay, come down.
Face me, Echo.
Wait, is... Where is it? Apex. I chose Charlie Intel. Apparently they were saying that the server provider that they're using, they've re-signed a contract for another 5 years. Okay, so who am I versing?
Me.
Where are you?
I missed you. I got you.
You wish you got me.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, you're versing each other. Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm not gonna.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Let's move here.
Okay.
Oh, that's so mean.
Nah, fuck you, boss.
Sorry, he did it to me. 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 That's payback. That's payback.
I didn't actually shoot you though.
Yeah, you did. You shot me when you were over there.
All right, whenever you're ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2,
What are you trying to achieve by this? You're hurting my feelings. No, I'm not
Oh,
Fourth
you.
one. Fourth one.
Stop it. Stop it. That's what you get for hurting my heart.
Alright.
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
Wait, what are we waiting for?
Okay, wait, hang on, I know what to do. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's
Oh
go.
no, fuck you.
Right.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, piece of shit. You piece of shit.
How did Sugar not like that?
Oh.
Ah, dang.
Alright, I guess.
No damage.
I told you
Yo,
he was gonna win.
what a fumble. What a fumble on my bad. My end. Wait. Yeah, you're just clearly better.
Just no HP and somehow still managed to win that.
Yeah, I just got. I ran in front of you, and you have like ARs, so that's just dumb on my part.
Bro, take away the P20.
I don't want to. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying what I did was stupid. He has ARs. I'm not acting accordingly.
It's kind of iconic. Yeah, it is. Oh, you should see some of the clips I got earlier, especially with Boss. It was funny as.
Shut up. Don't talk to me.
Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Pick up your feet. Let's go here.
I need to go woo. Oh, that's easy.
Are you
shot.
pushing?
I am that bitch. Alright?
How do you like that? How do you like them apples, boy?
Okay, you're getting destroyed by a guy who has 30 frames. What is going on?
Well, that is
No,
true.
that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse.
I was gonna say, it's not really much of an excuse. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1.
This way. Let's go.
Fuck off, Boss.
What? It's a baby bubble. Look at that. It's so cute.
But yeah.
Sorry, I kind of cheated with that bubble.
That's okay. Boss is
Sorry,
just
the
being a
bubble is so
Boss is just being a piece of shit.
But you like it. You like it, don't you?
No.
Oh, whoa.
Alright. Ready?
You know
That. No.
This way. Let's go.
Oh, you little cheeky bitch.
Oh, how do you like that crack? Yeah.
Take this.
Don't do this to me. You bro, I stopped to look at you because you just said, yeah, take this. I was scared. That's your fault. That's how I lost. I definitely didn't whiff.
Oh, you want to go? Okay. I thought you wanted to switch sides. That's what.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, whoa! Why are you?
Took down some prey.
Why are you flash? What happened?
I wonder. Actually.
Yeah, I'm whiffing now. Okay, buddy. You act like I can't see you. You're not.
Nearly a quick scope. Quick scope.
Now, how about we just team up on boss real quick?
Right here.
There we go.
Yay!
Yeah, put those bandage stars on.
Those bandage stars. Wait, so okay, so who's going next then, or is it me?
Yeah.
So what's you and me, Boss? Alright.
Get over to the other side, boy.
No, piss off.
Okay, I'm sorry, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
It's alright, you'll just get one clipped in a second anyway.
Okay, but you can't use vantage ray. It's a different legend.
You want to use a different... Alright.
I'm back and feeling choice.
Ooh. Okay, okay. 3, 2, 1. Coming over? Oh, I didn't know you liked it.
Down.
Oh.
Ain't dead yet.
So why don't you like me using Vantage?
Because she's got a bigger hitbox, and I don't want to do that on you.
What do you mean? There's still shit on you, even if it was...
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I don't know. I just had this massive cat wall come out of nowhere.
I'm just making things interesting. Don't blame me.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, we're doing that, are we? We're doing that, are we?
Oh, your ball just went flying.
How the hell do you not... Oh my god. Great aim, boss.
Yeah, take
some
Gibby thighs.
You want that, wouldn't you?
Of course. Oh, okay. Got
Alright.
yourself an upgrade.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Upgrade chosen. Who's ready to die?
Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's
Oi,
go.
chose my upgrade.
You are.
How the fuck?
Wild.
Bro, I legit lagged and I just got a headshot.
That is bullshit. I call bullshit on that. Fuck that.
His face. His face. Bro, we gotta clip that. I'm clipping that. Ship it, baby. Hang on, I gotta clip this.
Alright, me and you.
Alright, hang on. That's... Where the hell's the...
Shotgun only.
Oh, you want a shotgun only?
Yeah, you can use Maggie still if you...
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna switch out, Mastiff.
No attachments, by the way.
Oh, no attack. Oh, okay.
Just full point.
What guns are you choosing now, boys?
I got Senti.
Shotgun, no attachments.
Oh, are we just doing shotgun, or are you gonna use any other secondary?
Oh, you're both okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just using shotgun.
Alright. Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Go in here. You lot. Get in behind.
Oh my god, I have no ammo.
11's is wild. 11's is quite wild.
I'm down.
Oh my god.
Wait, are you doing no attach? Are you guys doing no attachments for?
Yeah, no attachments.
Yeah, no attachment.
Okay.
Nice one.
What about for Senti? No
I'm
attachments.
using shotgun.
Oh, I got.
You're only using shotgun.
I mean, I did get a Senti, but
Oh, okay. I see.
I'm not using.
But I wasn't using it. So. Alright.
Alright, one more, then boss can come back in.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Go
2,
here.
1.
We got violence to do.
Go.
Shot it.
Come on.
Oh my god, I hit him for 12.
But this man of what ain't dead yet.
Alright. The boss has come back in. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I'm just getting randomly shot at.
Yeah, that was him, not me.
I didn't do anything, man.
Oh yeah, you can use Maggie, by the way.
Oh, okay. This motherfucker.
What?
Oh, you fucking sugar.
What I do? What?
Alright, come on. Hurry up, boss. Are you in?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Come on, okay, you gotta hit those, bro. You coming over here? You shouldn't have.
Down.
Don't need to, bro. Bro, you don't need to. It's okay.
Kills like you.
No idea why you're coming over here, bro.
Ultimate good go.
Bloody rat. Go.
Alright, 3. Oh, you're already gone, okay. Hey. Restart that, mate.
What the fuck was that?
Jesus Christ.
That
scared me.
Let me be Haley? Is that, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm so sorry. I mean, to be fair, it started off bad. Yeah, it started off terrible anyway, and it ended terribly.
How's your day been?
I promise I won't interfere.
Oh, okay. Okay, Echo. We're gonna use attachments for shotgun now.
We always were. You just didn't get the memo.
We can see you.
Alright. Ready? I'm Peachy, how are you? I'm doing good, thank you. Whereabouts in the world are you from? And I'm assuming you play Apex as well?
Alright. Ready?
I'm ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, nice. Come on, baby, where you going? Where you going? I know where you're going. Right side of me.
Whoa, relax.
Oh, I'm just so head. I do play. I'm in the US. Oh, nice. We got a few. Yeah, I've got a few people for
Alright, we're not playing Mag. Just
Yeah, you had you had enough, have you?
No, not had enough.
Yeah, I know a few people that
I just don't wanna win against
from the US
Mag anymore.
that play.
Easy, perhaps.
Who's your main? Who do you usually play?
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, I cannot.
Come on.
Oh, you're Watson main. Nice. Are you enjoying the new season? Alright, ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Quit pissing around. Move here.
How did that miss? I have no idea.
I'm down.
Bro, if I didn't get you with that, died there.
It's a lot, but yeah, it's definitely it's definitely something to take a lot, like take in.
Damn.
Number 6. I don't know, that raffle command, I was testing it last night and it was working fine, so I don't know why it's actually
Hang on,
not.
let me do
You can do it.
raffle. There you go, okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, you can do one for, you can do it up to 100k. That's why I've got...
Yeah. Alright, you ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Go here.
Alright.
We've got violence to do.
I just fucked myself.
Wait.
Oh, my game.
My game did not like that.
Wait, who's range?
Yeah.
Wait, are you? Wait, Shiki, are you range leader now?
No, I got disconnected as well.
Message.
Oh.
Slayer just sent me a gift. Oh man, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, I got my gifts earlier.
Appreciate that.
today.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I got 5,000 points. That's.
Wait, where's my chat? There it is. So, oh, thank you for the hydrate. I was gonna say, so do you play, do you rank at all? Or have you been ranking this last few seasons? Or do you mainly just like to play pubs or mixtape?
Okay, where is Quiet Time Redeem?
Should be there. Hang on, let me check the stream bot. Give me a sec.
It's probably there. I might just be blind. No, nothing there. I swear to you, if you put that up to 10k points, I'm gonna lose it. Don't you fucking dare, though.
Let me just edit this real quick.
This cunt.
There you go.
Oh, cheers, mate. Oh, cheers, mate. Cheers.
It's exclamation gamble, right? Gamble your points.
Gamble all, yeah. Nah, I'll put it.
Wait, you can only gamble all?
Oh no, you can gamble as like you can gamble as little or as much as you want. Like you could do you could literally do like 1 point. I'm pretty sure.
Oh wait, I could have just put
what
one.
I did, but I lost everything. That's why you don't gamble, kids. Echo, ready up, please. Ready up, please, sir.
What are we doing? Trios. Okay.
We're playing trios, yeah. Oh, denominator, unready.
Who should I play? They should really put random legend on here.
Yeah, I actually I liked arenas quite a lot actually. That's like I think when did it come out? I think it was like it was
Oh yeah, true. Who to play?
Wait, what's this? Boss? Oh right. Yeah, no, like when I think when did arenas come out? Was it 2021? I have a feeling it's 2021. But when it first came out, I was actually that's all I was primarily streaming.
Here's a good spot to touch down.
Season 9 in 2020. Oh, wait, was it really 2020?
Jesus, how many people?
Jeez, that feels like ages ago.
Here's a good spot to
I don't
touch
remember
down.
if it was early 2021 or.
I remember playing it a lot during 2021. Yeah,
Oh,
so
I apologize.
No, don't land there.
I used to play it quite a fair bit, and I streamed like a good few hours, like a good amount of hours on arenas. I love the close quarters and also the buy system that you had. It was like, yeah, the purchase system that you actually had. It reminded me a lot of Val, which is another game that I haven't played in a while either, but it's also something that I definitely did enjoy. Probably will play Val again soon, actually. I'm just not very good at it. That's so it's always been something that's I guess it not maybe want to push further to get better, just because I can never get used to the controls. Do you play any other games besides Apex? Haley?
30 seconds left and the ring's close.
Peacekeeper here.
Or is Apex like your main game that you usually go to?
I could do something with it.
Ten seconds, but the ring's near.
Smite? I've never played Smite. Then again, I don't quite understand that. Like, I just don't understand it overall. Like, how you what you're meant to be doing in that game.
Outside the ring is where the stupid die. Let's get inside.
Yeah, no. Sloba, I was saying before, yeah, we do need to run some games back. I think now that work's not as, like, hectic, I'm gonna definitely be doing, streaming on a lot more consistent basis. Hey, yo, look at the name.
Care package coming down.
Yeah,
replenish the store.
Yeah, we were just talking.
Yeah, definitely going to be streaming a lot more consistently, so we'll definitely run some games. I'm also looking at doing some community games in the next couple of weeks. I've also got an announcement coming. I don't want to give a rough date. I'd say by late Feb. I've got an announcement coming for something. So yeah, we'll definitely run some games, Slobber.
You plan on doing 3v3s? Or at all?
Nah.
3v3s, what do you mean?
I said 3v3s, like going in customs and doing deathmatch.
Oh, yeah, I probably will do customs, to be fair. But I think it's gonna be more the fact that I'd have to do it at different, like if I was to run it, I wouldn't say, if I was to run it at least like once a week or something like that, I'd have to run it at different times because I have to try and cater towards not only NA, but I also have to try and cater towards EU and OS.
Yeah.
That's the hard part about it.
Oh, that scared me.
Ultimate's ready to go, darling.
Oh, we should hit in ring, by the way.
Oh yeah, we probably should.
Yeah,
I wanna
go
go
where
creepy.
I am. Okay, fine, I'll go where you are. Jesus.
Come on, boss.
Yeah, don't be a slacker, boss. Hee 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 hee. I guess I'll carry just in. So I got a blue.
You guys die first, not my fault.
We'll be fine. We have each other. You're by yourself.
True.
Extra supplies here.
Oh,
Use them to your advantage.
Okay.
Another level means another upgrade means survival.
Here.
Mid-range. Got my upgrade. Time to use it.
Backpack. Scratch that.
This?
Weapon supply bin here, dear.
Wait, what are you trying to do?
Oh no, it was. I just pinged a loot box in there, and I just got evo.
Oh, sorry, Haley. I just said that. Oh, you play Lethal Company. I had the game, but I haven't. I actually haven't played it yet.
Saber.
Oh my
wait,
god. Oh my god. Yeah,
There's
Lethal.
something over there.
Lethal Company seems like a
Cancel
fun
it.
time.
Oh, that's lava.
Do you play it modded or unmodded?
Don't be such a scaredy cat. Boss.
Oh, you got one up. Yeah, up top.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
He's got one trying to get height.
Alright, there.
Oh, he's got red. Oh, it's... I'm not saying that name.
Come here.
Yeah, they're following. They're following
They're
you.
all gonna push us.
Yeah, I didn't think they were that close. Oh well.
Oh, you play modded? Yeah. I see a lot of people play modded.
When you were alive.
Yeah, I saw the seer trying to get height, and I was like, oh, probably have to...
That was the kill leader as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, Apex pack. Oh, I have a new message. Oh no. Let me get.
Yeah, I see a lot of people play modded. Modded,
Oh,
like...
Games gifted me the holo. Thank you, Games.
It seems like a lot of fun. I'm still yet to get... I actually need to get some games in with games. It's such a... I don't know why it sounds like
Well,
such a tongue
I
twister.
need the same with Shane.
Shane, I haven't
need
played
to
with
see
ages.
Shane,
Yeah, I haven't played Shane in ages.
Bro, if you go to his what's it called, his channel, his Twitch channel, and go to clips, yeah, there'll be a couple of mine, a couple of me in them.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't seen them already.
Lethal Company takes a little while to understand, but I've been watching people play, may buy it. Is it on console? Because I thought it was only on PC. Or have you got PC? Have you got a PC now, Slobber? Because I thought you were always primarily console. Are there 2v2s? Oh, you do have a PC. Oh, nice. Oh, you got both. Oh, okay.
Did you know cows have 5 stomachs? Let's not end up in one.
Wait, Slopper, what do you mean by are there 2v2s?
This is your champion. You know what I look like? Come find me.
Last time I played with him was 3 months ago.
Shane? Wait.
Ali.
Was this with Shane? Jeez. Actually, that's probably the same for me, because weren't we playing at the same... Weren't we playing with him together? I think that sounds about right.
No, that was a different time. That was just playing with him.
Oh, but that must have been long. That must have been a lot longer then.
I should have stayed with you so I could steal all your loot.
That's fucked up, man.
Oh, don't worry.
Do you have an arm?
Can you do 2v2s in Apex? I don't think so.
Hey,
What gun?
Well, you can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
He's 20, bro.
Oh, you wanted? Oh, sorry, you wanted? Did you?
Yeah, I'm taking.
Optics here. Close range.
The ring's close, and we've got a whole.
Oh, actually, let me see where your enemies are.
Come on, Sugary. Come on, Sugary. Let's go.
What are we doing?
Come on. Come on.
What are we doing?
No, nothing.
Gotta let me in.
Come on, let's go.
I picked up the enemy scent. Mark them on your map.
Wow. There's actually.
Let's hunt over there.
There's a fair few new. Yeah, there's a fair few new estates.
Can't take that, huh?
Well.
No, I'm just trying to hit you.
The thing is I kept hearing rumors that apparently they were bringing back
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to get in your face as much as possible.
Yeah, apparently I heard that they were thinking about bringing back
I'm not juking anybody.
arenas as like a not like an LTM, but I think they were possibly gonna add it into mixtape.
You know what?
Which I'm not sure how well that would work, to be fair.
Another safe journey.
Another safe journey.
Open supply bin over here.
Oh, I got a
Squads have
nanny.
survived, despite their best efforts.
Wow, we already half the lobby going.
Care package over there.
I can't ping. Don't let me ping. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just won't let me ping it.
Care package over there.
Oh.
Look, prey there with level 2 shields.
There's.
Full pack is alive. For now.
Yeah, see, one's near the craft, one's near the replicator. Yeah, I can hear it. I think it's Shiki's coming through your mic, I think.
Wait, what's wrong?
I can hear the game audio like come through the mic.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, guys, care package.
What do you got?
It's a bow chest.
Care package over there.
I leveled up.
Watch
I
out!
upgrade
See,
now.
there is a
I could
team
be
nearby. I think they're in that middle building.
I know.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah. What's here?
Someone gave that prey level 2 shields.
Help me,
Full pack is
Lord.
alive.
Oh, they got. You know what's the worst part? They got a sword ult.
Oh. Yeah, come to you.
pushing. They're gonna push. They're
Shields
gonna
recharging.
Yeah, they're pushing. I'm gonna get high.
Taking fire.
Oh my god. You don't even have chances.
Damn.
Wait.
Bro, I couldn't do anything.
It wouldn't let me res you for some reason.
Look at my my camera died. I didn't even say. I just realized. Look at all these. The death boxes. They're all the same. Like, look at my stream. Look at the death boxes.
Yeah, because they. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they
because they probably
No, that's us. What? Oh, so even. Oh, so if they kill someone else, that we get the death box as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I always thought it was the other way around. Like.
I don't like this game at all.
Are you gonna help off by your boss?
No,
Got a boat check here.
Oh. Just don't like this game.
Relatable.
Except like lobbies, like in the lobby, like everyone's getting killed quickly. Still round 2, and there's like 4 squads left. Oh, I'm gonna change it.
I need to open the door. So hot in here.
Solved a few of them, and there's one more to go.
AC on, go.
So if I said the AC is on, because I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually hasn't turned it on yet.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
That's not the song I wanted.
Oh, I completely forgot to change character. I didn't realize I was
Introducing your champion.
right. No, I'm right.
Sweet ass.
You did complete it.
Reckon we ought to land over there, darlings.
You're reading my mind.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go down below because that's where I know where the good loot is.
Hostile landed near me.
A guy coming down. 2 people actually.
I'm coming. Oh yeah, I see him.
Ah, they only landed on the
Oh, what's that? Okay.
Bon voyage.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Okay, basically. Oh, master. Yeah.
How are you, Sarah?
Masters, yeah, lovely. Yep. This game is shit. This game is fucking shit.
Great. Let's love to hear that. Absolutely love to hear that. Updating my Apex out. Oh.
This game is.
Thank you, boss. Alright, just give me 1 second. I just gotta quickly set the ACs on. I'll be back in a second.
Hey Zara,
Yeah, keep chat entertained. Oh, okay. We're not gonna start that here, alright? We're not starting that here.
I'm living. If I get taken out, it better be with a rampart.
Ain't afraid to match, but losing, that would be a drag.
Introducing your champion.
Think you'll make it out of this alive?
Oh, it's this guy. Okay.
This guy. This guy again. This guy again.
Alright. We got anything for this? Actually, oh, Jesus. Alright, I am.
Help me, Lord.
I have.
Why are you chasing me, boy?
Yeah. I had a charge rifle. There was nothing.
How
Yeah.
does he have a gun already?
I had a charge rifle. There was nothing I could do.
Yeah. Try to run. That in my.
Are you streaming today, Zara? Are you gonna be streaming the new season?
Wait, are we playing ranked? What is this?
Yeah, we're gonna play ranked. I'm playing pubs, bro. Like the MMR is just stupid. Also ranked anyways. Like I don't get it that you got Masters players in rookie when they should be in gold. Should be like gold or plat to start off with.
That's what I was saying. Like, I would much prefer they kept the provisionals because that way it's like you're kind of evening out the.
It's fair for everyone.
Yeah.
It's fair for everyone.
I mean, to be fair, because we have splits back, they could actually just put it back in midway through the season. They technically could do that, but my guess would be is if they do any changes to ranked, it won't be until next season, which is like 2.5 months away.
Pretty much, yeah.
Introducing your
I
champion.
think I'll keep playing until I'm rookie 2. Then I'll leave.
Oh, good.
Oh, but you are so close, darling.
You guys will be free soon enough.
Alright, mates, we can try here or die somewhere else.
Yep.
Well, then we go there.
It'd be a good idea to land here,
Oh, but you are so close,
Yeah. Oh, we
darling.
can go Icarus.
Oh,
Forget
but you
that.
are so close, darling.
Would love to see that on replay.
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
That's right.
I'm not. I was gonna say you're Jump Master.
Turbine. Are you a madman?
Crap. There goes another customer. Now this is what I'm talking about.
It's like my gun, but civilized. So, prettier and colder.
Alright, let's get rid of that.
First blood. That's one way to find out you're the prey. Not all of us are in the ring. We stand a better shot inside it.
Actually, I'll take that heavy mag myself.
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
Alright, let me see where all these people are at.
Check your maps. Machine told me where to find enemies. I smelled them first, though. We're downwind.
Yeah. Actually, actually no. Actually, I got a bit
Oh,
more.
no one didn't. Wait a second.
Rings
no one
close.
didn't fight night.
30 seconds to do up your laces. You trip, you die.
Hey, mates. Ring console OT. Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
The ring is near, but it closes in 10.
Okay.
Ace.
That.
We're outside of the ring and it's moving. Elise. who stepped up. Will any brave soul step up to them?
Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
Care package? Come for a sneak here or a top up.
Oh, what's this?
Hey, this shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
R301 here.
Is there anything else that I want? Yeah.
Getting shot at.
Oh,
What?
People here. I see them.
Where they at?
No way.
Recharging my shield. What's that?
You can't do that, mate.
Let him fight it out.
Go on, right side. Bro, you can't use anything inside here, bro.
Absolute donkeys.
Getting shot at. Putting up the left cover. Woo! You put the hose in holy bloody crap.
Big. Oh wait.
You've got your hand like a champ. Aye, another squad is here.
Ouch!
Oh no, there's so many people near us.
We have to leave soon, brothers.
Yeah, I realized that. Has anyone got evac? Has anyone?
No, I don't know.
Got an evac tower.
Bro, we are caught. There are two teams here and they are not. Well, go right side, right side.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's people here.
I'm done. I'm booking it. Oh. Oh my god.
You of all people make what?
Good head, bro. If they shoot.
Which is something.
Oh, never mind. It's a pred. Yeah.
Oh, fun. Just.
Gotta be gaining, boys. We gotta plan properly.
I'm seriously.
I think
this one needs to put back position like. Yeah, I think you can. Oh, never mind. No, it didn't.
Okay, so before we actually get into the match, where are we gonna land?
Either Icarus or I think we used to land Icarus a lot, did we, boss? Was it Icarus or
sometimes?
Yeah, Icarus. There was two spots we landed. If it was Olympus, at least it's Icarus and something else.
All right, then we'll go Icarus.
I officially hate this season. I officially hate the season for ranked. There's Preds in rookie. Like.
Yeah, that's why you usually wait
actually
until a
fix that
week
shit, like,
till you start playing.
Like I'm not actually fucking around.
But to be fair, if they've already been like, already at a high rank like season prior, they shouldn't really be matching up with a lower MMR, lower MMR lobbies. Realistically, but.
Can we please get into the game? Can we please get into the game?
Oh, well. Oh, there we go.
Thank God, Jesus.
Just have to ask nicely, boss.
Shut up, Edgar, don't talk to me.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Hi, Ben, are you watching? This one's for you, but only if I win.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go.
77 Vigintillion 777 Novem Decillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sextecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quatuordecillion 777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777 Octillion 777 Septillion 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 Quadrillion 777 Trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
That's one way to find out you're the prey.
Heavy, please, good sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for the like, Gino. I appreciate it. Hope your games are going well.
Because ours aren't.
No.
Extended light magia, level 2.
Ooh, I should go Havoc. Or should I?
Yeah, I don't
No.
want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Come on, try it.
Examine your map. I have found the next location of the ring.
That's a random thing to say in this moment.
Boss has these has these random moments. To be fair.
We're inside the ring. A positive. Extended supply being here. We can always use backup supplies.
Oh, Watson. I didn't realize you were playing Watson.
Found extra supplies.
Oh, yes, I need something. I need a bag.
Wait, they changed.
What's
Oh,
my grey one?
I just realized they
my grey
changed. They've changed the L-Star. You can't put barrel stabilizers in anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was in the patch note.
To be fair, I didn't read the patch notes.
Care package coming down. Replenish the
I
swords.
wasn't planning to read them either. I just saw them in a video. They also make Crypto's drone a little bit faster.
I think I did hear there was a crypto buff coming.
It was small, but it was very much needed.
Yeah. Well, he is have at least like some usability, I guess.
Yeah, now you can just rain hell on people now. With that 25% extra range on his EMP.
My ultimate is charged and good to
77 quindecillion 777 quatuor decillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 million 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Where? Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right there with level 2 shield.
I thought you guys were with me.
Oh no. Oh, I was.
Oh, my bad.
We're on our prey.
You going right out there?
Oh, here.
Oh, he's. Oh my god.
I'm out of light ammo.
What?
Took down the prey. Recharging shields.
Oh, come to me. No, keep going.
Go
Follow me. Look. Oh my lord.
Oh my god.
Surprise.
Yeah, if I was actually paying attention, healed.
Turn that time off for a sec. I'm going to be lovely. Love to hear it.
I'm playing Vantage. I'm playing Vantage and ranked. Let me play Vantage.
Yeah, all good.
How many points do I have now? Jesus. Oh, 4,000. Okay.
I might play. Actually, you know what? I'll play Bang.
Yeah, alright.
Yay! I won. Take that. Suck on it.
You won again. No, I'm banning you.
Actually, where is it? Chatbot timers.
But you can never ban me from that one part in your mind.
Mod.
But I'll still be in your mind, rent free forever. You won't forget me.
Actually, you know what?
You can't forget me.
Yes, I will. I forget a lot of things, mate. You're probably one of them.
There we go. Have a raffle for have a raffle for 100k.
I swear to God, if Sugary wins this again, I'm actually gonna time him out for about a minute.
I am inevitable.
Let's see.
Oh, come on, sure.
Oh, look at that.
I spared you guys
I'm
this.
so moist right now.
Okay, we don't need to know that. Screw you, boss. Yeah, screw you, boss.
You're weird.
I'm good, thanks, Mommy Horizon. I'm good.
Aww.
I don't want to screw myself.
Oh well.
That's what you do when you play this game every single day.
Oh yeah. Just look at this one. Apex. Gone past the point of insanity.
I love that added for me. So the thing is, I forgot that I added it because I thought it when I put Apex, I actually put it as my actual app, not 7TV emote.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I was trying to check something. I was trying to check where is he? Is he online still? Or is he offline? Oh,
He's online.
I'm looking for Flobber. I think he was trying to show me something before. I think he wants me to see his banner, but I completely forgot about it.
Dang, you're forgetting people now.
I don't love killing. I I understand the conflict and I'm fine with it.
I can make you shine.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Also, why do we keep landing turbine?
Us boss that. That's honestly, yeah, that's boss. Oh, great, great. Two times Masters player.
Yeah, just like don't give him jump master.
We'll land,
Yeah, boys, that's not where to land. That's not there. Same turbine.
Forget it.
I'm about to land in your mom's house.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
Too far, buddy.
Let's hunt over there.
honestly, good comms.
On second thought, scrap that.
I think my loot path will be after I land in your mom's house. It'll be your father, and then your grandmother.
Oh, I don't have a father.
Oh damn.
If you can find him for me, that'd be great.
Attention. First blood.
Well, I'll let you know when I do see him.
Someone got found extra supplies.
156 inch. Damn.
The next ring's far. Anyone know a shortcut?
Hang on, my turn. Swear to God.
146.
I'm gonna tell the ring closes.
I'm not even going to attempt that.
A long walk. We used to play with these on Nexus.
Alright, where's the key card?
Heavy ammo here. On second thought, car SMG here.
I don't want ping that.
New kill leader. Good.
I don't want to.
Standing collar will make them easier to spot.
Arm up.
If you find an assault rifle, greatly appreciate it if you pinged it.
Copy that.
The ring closes in 30. We should get
You
moving.
wish you
Don't wanna
could.
get toasted.
I will.
Yeah, during your nighttime session, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but
There's an issue.
Watch out, boss, and I have weapons.
Ooh, scary. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm just reading what Horizon said. Nope.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking how tall she is.
Oh man.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Let's not get caught outside.
I mean, 19.
You got a little shrimpy.
Not really. I think I'd rather have it small.
Then
I think
having
it'd
it
be
like.
too annoying if it were large. Just saying.
That's what they all say. Oh,
No, that actually seems quite painful.
I hear people landing.
Oh yeah, here I am.
Oh, people landing, people
Yeah,
landing.
yeah, yeah.
It's so close I can smell it. Tucking a frag grenade.
I'm coming, brothers.
Yeah, yeah.
Safety's off. Enemy
Right, right,
landing
in
on
front of me,
me.
in front of me, in front of me, in front of me. Right,
New
right,
kill
right.
leader. If they're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy. Careful.
No way you got me there. Okay.
No, one's really not. One is so low.
Oh my god, how did I miss that?
Oh, I might have thrown it too far. Oh, I should have backed off then.
You can keep trying, but I've seen it all.
Brother, wait. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
I completely.
Hey, it got a little bigger.
Yeah, I was gonna say I completely
Replicator over there. Stock up while you
missed a
can.
whole entire mag. Oh
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
on that wreath.
Replicator over there. Stock up while you can.
Alright, you know what? Let me try it. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay.
You got the highest one.
Streamer Diffie.
Oh, of course you did.
I wonder if I could get lower. I'm so curious. No, we're trying to go lower. Trying to get the
new
lowest
sentinel.
possible.
I'll break it in, no problem.
Oh, well, at least we can get craft banners.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we don't know, because there is people fighting over there.
Well, you know what? At least we've actually got somewhat positive RP.
Captain Terminal.
Oh, true, yeah.
Captain Terminal.
No, we...
Replicator over there. Stock up all you can.
And then I guess you go to the one near Hammond. Or States. I don't really mind which.
Where's... Oh, we don't know where the next ring's gonna be.
I'd say around Power Grid, Energy Depot. But I don't know.
Yeah, actually, I would say, yeah, I mean, between, like, maybe Power Grid and, Fight Night.
Shush, there's people here. There's people here. I swear to God, if they know where I am. Actually, shut up,
I'll have
Wait, can you actually see what their upgrades are?
what upgrade?
Oh, if you click on someone, so if you press V, you can actually see, it shows you what upgrades, like, the person you're spectating has.
Replicator incoming.
I'm on Switch, brother.
Like,
I don't have a V.
Oh, well, whatever, I don't know what button it is to be on the Switch.
I don't think I can see him. Don't worry, with my conduit queue and your bang smoke, we shall be Gucci.
Yeah, I need it.
Yeah, I shouldn't be the one in the front line. That just kills me. So I'm gonna stay back and let you guys do the talking with your guns.
Oh, people here. Oh, jeez, that was just you guys. Jesus.
Scared yourself.
What a fool you are.
Me, man.
What?
You just took my Phoenix, mate.
Oh, you want? Oh.
Phoenix
No,
kid
no,
here.
it's all good, it's all good.
Patches you up good. Shield and health. Cover me. Crafting. Leveled up. Better lock down and upgrade.
See battery.
Don't worry about ring
Oh
price.
yeah.
We're in the next ring. Crafting. Feels good to make stuff.
Alright, let's
Oh,
see.
5 squad.
Found extra
Yeah.
supplies.
Yep.
What do I want? Oh no, I mean, up here. Yeah, up here.
Yeah, come down.
Shoot, he doesn't know I'm here. Okay, now they know I'm here. Now,
An opponent landed near me.
Oh god, let me get inside.
thank you. Oh, never mind.
Taking shots here.
Yeah, they know where I'm at.
Another squad is here. Look alive.
Oh, there's a team inside.
Oh, they must have wrapped around. They must have wrapped around.
Yeah, I didn't have fuel.
Better not leave this upgrade waiting.
Wait, can you actually?
Upgrade secured.
Yeah. Boss, I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna probably save for res. No, oh, never mind.
Yeah, keep going.
Nah. Not much I can do.
Replicator incoming. Could have used one of these growing up.
I'm going around, brother.
Actually, you can res me. They left me alone. You can res me. Oh, well, are they on you?
I think he's better off trying to play. He's probably better off playing a little bit for placement.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play for placement, bro. Game, thank you. I got health whatsoever, bro. This is not looking good.
Weapons supplied in here.
There we go. You know what?
Attention, delivering care package.
Oh, they're just gonna fight each other. Oh yeah, now they're over there. Okay.
I think even if you get top 2, I think it's like 180. But that's the only res. Unless that's got a unless you can get a Moby. Or is it?
Oh, last one too.
Round 4, beginning ring countdown.
Fuck it, I'm going for it. I do not care.
Replicator being delivered.
Yeah, they're all up top there.
Replicator incoming. Could have used one of these growing up.
Are you gonna wait? Are you actually gonna try and res? Ballsy.
Warning.
Wait, they're just shooting each other.
I'm already in the next ring. Who else is here?
They're dropping on you.
And we'll be next.
Oh, okay, he's got the E-bar.
Ow.
Yeah.
You should have just... Oh, that was better than most
Hey,
of the
little
games we
second.
had. Yeah, better than most of the games.
True. That is true.
So my guess is people are gonna rat. They're gonna rat this season.
Oh yeah. I got hit with 126 from that Eva. Alright,
So if
I'll
we
be
just
back.
do
I'll be
that
back in a sec.
2 more times, we'll get out of rookie 4. Oh, good. I'll just wait for him.
Licky 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 licky.
Go away, Cal.
Maybe I, maybe I was muted. How are you, Cal? I was to say, were you waiting for me to get back to do that? Oh God.
Licky 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 licky
Jesus
licky 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 licky. Callius smells. Vanish ye boy.
Thanks, Gino. Classic. What a terrible streamer. Yeah. Have you played the new season yet, Cal, or are you waiting? Are you streaming tonight? I actually haven't seen. Did you actually post your schedule for this week? I can't actually remember. No, you didn't.
Gino farts and smells bad, stinky, stinky, ooey, ooey, ooh, licky, licky, ooey, ooh.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Nah, I forgot. I'll do it now. Ah, okay. Are you playing with anyone tonight, though, Cal, or how's the new season? It's not too bad. I don't mind it. It's just there's some stuff that you taking a little bit to kind of like get your head around, like the whole Evo, like the whole shields, like the Evo system.
I go and I hate being cooped up.
Oh, there's, I guess some of the guns as well,
Greatness can come from
because they're obviously not as strong as what they used to be.
working on greatness.
But no, I'm enjoying it, like, for the most part.
Introducing your champion.
I don't know what you're on about, PP. How are you, PP?
I'm the jump master. Not my first rodeo.
Are you playing at the moment, PP, or? Yeah, sorry, I'm making.
Echo, you are jump master.
I am aware of that.
Jets, we're dropping hot.
I see.
PP likes to licky everyone and everything and smells like an old stinky fart box.
Welcome back. You know what? I would much prefer to take a vault over a PK. Too far, Cal. This is the family channel. Sorry, I'm the. You're both mods.
New kill leader. Good. Standing taller will make them easier to spot. Ring closes in a minute. Evac tower here. Good survival item.
Who?
I'll take one of those.
No, PP.
Mind if I take it?
It's all yours, good sir. All yours.
Thank you.
Can I please climb up, game?
45 seconds
I'm
until
the.
the ring closes.
Okay, Cal. Okay.
Peacekeeper here.
Oh, PK here.
I'm nice.
I'll grab that harvester first.
3-0. Rings close.
You're both very nice.
Oh, no, I'm close. Well, I'm closer.
How are you?
I'll do it. Yeah, man. Oh, that
Okay,
one.
Cal, we're not gonna do this again, alright?
Oh, wait, one second.
You guys are quite close on me.
But it closes in 10.
Oh.
New level means
No, we're not. No. I don't have favorite mods.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Oh, you know what? It must be. You know why that raffle's not working? Oh God, did you do it? Of course you did. Of course you did. What's this say? Who is the? I know who.
Care package coming down. Helpful if you need gear or a top up. Optics here. Close range.
Oh, I know, I need that.
Should take this upgrade. Always keep your boots polished.
Click one. I'm in a game, Cal. I can't.
Yeah, I
click.
got a thing to tip up for grabs. Auction.
I'm
I think
good.
I might take that.
I'm good. I'm good.
No one's a Phoenix? I got
I'll
two,
go
bro.
for it. I need one.
Alright, sold to Mr. Sugary.
Thank you. Oh, ultra
Oh, it's a tie.
Oh, I'll take the auto cell. Who's the best?
Already. I took it.
Where am I? Where am I? Where the fuck am I, guys?
That's fine.
Huh?
Found extra supplies.
No, nobody yays in chat. Where's my guys?
What?
Press F1 to upgrade. Oh yeah.
Upgrade secured.
What about me?
Oh, here you go.
Phoenix kit here.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I take it?
I knew someone was here too. Damn it.
Amping shields.
Oh, cracked.
Confirmed hit on target.
Back off! Golly!
Oh my. Yeah, they're
Let me grab it.
they're pushing. They are pushing.
Shattered the praised shield.
I'm coming.
You can handle my jammers?
He's one.
No, we're running. What are you talking about?
Oh, painless knocking at the door.
Oh. You know what? That's alright.
Thinking I'm staying there. I couldn't grab the Phoenix kit, unfortunately.
That's so good.
I need more sniper ammo though. That's got that too.
Right here.
I got 56. I'll give you some.
Sweet. Thank you.
I didn't mean to use Q. That's unfortunate.
Oh, give me. Oh, no. You can use the OXL. It's all yours.
Oh yeah, you do need ult excels a bit more. I forgot.
Pew pew shooty shoot yay we Cal is best mod, not PP he is not best mod. Yay LLLLWWWW he he woo ra XD.
Never.
We feel like.
God's sakes.
Oh, that's the way we have to go too. Oh no, go here. Go here.
You're important, Gino. You're important to me.
One sec. There's a new kill leader. Launching to a new angle.
Shut up, Cal.
Oh yeah, I forgot you get immediately eliminated. Get in the ring too long.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, go here.
Wait, so what does it actually do now? Like, or is it just completely just eliminate you?
Yeah, it just kills you.
Back here. Level 1.
Watch my back.
Instantly.
Oh god, even another poll. What's this one say now?
Ring countdown.
Who is best VIP? Kochi?
Oh, there's a station near us. We should get it.
Oh, the Evo Harvester?
Extended light mag
Yeah.
here. Level 2.
I keep calling them stations for some reason. I'm gonna go get it. Regardless.
Here. Level 1.
Echo, take this.
Good if you want to keep your shoulder in its socket.
Yeah.
Wait, did we not get anything from that?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we did.
Okay. I was just making sure, because I thought it said something on like already used or something.
Nah, wait, someone's res?
Yeah, I don't have any sight for that.
Yeah, I
anyway.
know. It's over here.
Let's go there.
Yeah, it was right there.
We've got a minute till the. I'm going that way. If you want.
Cal, you know, she doesn't even stream on Twitch anymore. And I'm not rating someone on YouTube.
Running with a full squad.
Don't shoot.
Rings next door. 45.
Wait. Where they at? Oh, there.
Ring close in 30.
Oh.
Call him if you spot him.
Cal, did you even ever watch any of her streams? Genuinely asking.
Level 3 shield.
Ring close in 10. We're nearly there.
Rings moving.
Muscle up.
Jesus Christ, Cal.
Target there's got level 3 shields. Running with the full squad.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Why do you look like a disappointed dad when you talk to me?
Oh, Zim's in our game. Zim's in our game.
Oh, lovely. I love that.
Ah.
Target there's got level 3 shields. Whole pack is alive. For now.
Double
I'm just sticking it. I'm just sticking it.
Someone's cheating. Someone's cheating. No, someone's cheating. Someone's cheating. Right there.
Golly! Oh, behind us!
Oh. Wait, let me.
No, someone is cheating.
These games are going by quicker than usual.
Nah, hang on. Let's just watch this for a sec.
Someone is cheating. Yeah, Knight is cheating. He literally got all.
Oh, that was. Oh, that was.
I need energy ammo.
Oh, the
That
the
guy's going
party. Is it party?
I think so. Oh, let me just see. Yes, party.
Yeah, I had he was in the last few. Yeah, he's in the last few of our games and it's kind of been like a little bit sus. Yeah, but we just got killed by we didn't get killed by Zim, but it was his squad. No, I'm just saying the one. Yeah, I think the one that probably killed Sugary and me. Yeah,
which row?
No, but that Knight guy, he's definitely cheating. Because he legit got me all headshots when your smoke went up. Yeah, he killed me before.
So the different TTS, not with this one. Actually, I'm gonna check that for a sec. Actually, you just reminded me.
Wait, let me test the TTS on this.
No.
Jingle _ bells. Cal smells like a fart. In a cupboard full of farts. In a town of farts. In a fart-soaked universe.
No, not that one. It was TTS
7 quatuor decillion
TTS
777 3 decillion 777 duo decillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
No, he literally got on me like nearly all headshots.
Yeah, I got hit by like a
Echo smoked. When Echo smoked and tried to res, before that when I was still up, yeah, he smoked and then I just got all headshots from that guy. So he's either really good and he knows the map really well, and knew where I was going, or he probably has hacks, or he's a cheat. Oh yeah, he's probably just a cheater with hacks.
Did anyone see the stuff the thing I posted? Did you see the thing I posted in Discord yesterday? In my gen chat?
I don't think so. No.
Hang on, I'll bring it up on stream.
You got a cinema/theater chat? No.
Jingle bells. PP eats Play-Doh for breakfast and loves it. Yummy yum.
Are you talking about a keyboard?
Hang on, I'll show it on stream. Hang on, I'll just pause music for a second. I'll bring it up on stream.
God,
Cal smells like a fart in a cupboard full of farts. In the town of farts.
Hang on. Let me just check what my PP is.
Alright, thank you, PP. I was actually wondering if that was working or not, but I just had to reconnect it. Thank you. So good.
PP's such a naughty boy. Such a naughty, naughty man.
No, not thank you, Pete. Well, Cal, I wasn't sure if that TTS wasn't working. All right. Yeah, they can hear you. They should be able to hear you.
Can they hear me? Fuck you guys.
I don't trust elevators. I get to the top my own way.
PP, I love you, PP. Hey, you got a
Real men use iron sights.
Let me see if.
Greatness can come from small places. Got the small. Working on greatness.
You know what? Raffle. Everyone gets the raffle.
This is your champion.
We are all just data, waiting to be deleted.
Tell me.
Alright.
Everyone gets the raffle.
Who's jump master? Alright, it's boss. Land us late for a sec. I want to show something.
I'm master right now.
Yeah, land us late. So have a look at this. So this is from a couple days ago. Maybe yesterday.
Twinkle, twinkle, little PP,
Look at
you
this.
are a tiny little man. Tiny
shit.
man, tiny BOI.
This is a cheater spawning bots. Spawning bots and they go after in ranked.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
And then no, and the thing is, yeah, he's literally spawning bots to chase after
Holy fuck, no ammo,
pros
bro.
in ranked while he's aimbotting them.
Chaotic are so fucking idiot.
He's like, what the fuck? They're just laying on me.
Like, bruh, why was my... That was Bart Simpson. That's Bart Simpson. Oh.
What the heck?
Okay, I think my game is bugging out.
Where are we going? I'm confused.
Yeah, Cal, if you go exclamation point AITTS, it'll actually show you how you can actually do the different voices.
Old one's dead or slacking off.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, my game's lagging.
Okay, that's not the right one.
Is any of you games lagging?
It was lagging, yeah. No, hang on, this one. I need it.
Yeah.
I need to actually commit. I need to change that.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Rings close. 30 seconds to do up your laces. You trip, you die.
There we go. There we go.
But the ring's near.
Let me fix it. I'm mod. Alright, fine. I'll leave it next time.
Are you disconnected?
No. I didn't disconnect.
Alright, we're back. We're back.
You talking...
No.
As I say, you're talking in game chat, by the way.
Okay, good. We're back. We're back. Yeah, my game.
Callum is a pathetic douche canoe, paddling down the ocean of sadness.
Oh, it's so unexpected. Oh. I can hear you if you're talking in game. Oh, you were talking in game before, but I can hear you. I can hear you in Discord now. Why is he laugh? Because it's the voices. It's what makes it funny. Oh my god! Yeah, you just crashed again.
To your best ability.
Take that. Take that.
Oh, someone's finishing. Oh, okay. Never mind. They're getting punched out.
Maybe if their feet were like that in the ring, they wouldn't be losing.
Alright, I need to re-invite boss.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Oh, what was that? Such a weird game.
I don't feel like a penalty.
Of course I get a bloody penalty from that stupid shit.
Oh, I can't.
10-minute penalty.
Oh, you wait. You got
10-minute.
Oh
10-minute
shit.
penalty from that. Oh, for fuck's sake! This fucking game, bro.
Yeah, you remember? Wait, were you ever in my stream when I was playing ranked on Sing, and I got 600 ping? Yeah. That's when it's like.
A lion is the dumbest fish in the whole of Bikini Bottom.
But the worst part is you can't go into fine range.
Nah, you have to wait that 10 minutes. Well,
I'm gonna dip.
You're gonna dip? Alright, no worries. Thank you for gains today. Well,
spent 4 hours here.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Well, we'll definitely have to get something again soon. Because I think because I'm going to be streaming during the day, it'll probably be a little bit easier for you. So yeah, too easy. No worries. You have a good rest of your night, or well, yeah, it'd be nighttime for you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, have a good day as well.
No worries. All right. Catch you. Catch you later.
Later.
No worries. All good, boss. I'll just solo queue for the time being.
I'll just be like 2 secs.
All good. No worries. All right. Jokes, I don't need your help. Get tricked. Wow. Just wow. How long have I been live for? 4.5 hours. Yes, Cal? I had bad news. What's your bad news?
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day.
Since I was a baby.
What is your bad news, Callius?
I am taking over the planet we woo.
Alright, actually, you know what? I think this is the start of the playlist, so I need to change it again.
Take care when you approach me. I'm in a class of my own.
I'm the jump master. I'll pick us a good perch.
Holy. Oh, wait. No thanks.
I'm the jump master. Not my first rodeo. Let's check out that area.
No, I'm good. Can we have a board meeting about this? What is it? Why? Oh my god, I am whiffing. Oh my god. Alright. I know. Oh wait. Oh, you just did that in chat. Oh, PP, I thought you. I didn't even see you added that command. Actually, I'm gonna take off that raffle. If that raffle one's not working, there's no point me having it on. Cal's just gonna keep doing that until he gets it. There we go. You finally got it. And it took you, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six tries.
Am I supposed to say more stuff?
Oh, you know what? I will say this. There is one thing that I don't like about this season. It's the fact that you have to... Was it 8? Wait, was it 8 tries? I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh well, actually, well, it was actually 7. I was actually 7 tries before he actually got. Jesus Christ. I just know how to do commands and definitely did not copy and paste. Callius knows how to mod, guys.
Sentinels got fancy, but still feel like home.
Mod of the day is baby. Wait, so if anyone does that, it's gonna basically say their mod of the day. Yeah, see, mod of the day is boss.
Let's go, let's go.
Attention. There is a new
VIP of the day, King Gino.
Unveil yourself. We should check out over there. Opening fire.
That is hot.
I shot at it.
Wait.
Is this a champion? I said, is this a champion? Where's a challenger when you need him?
What the hell,
Already
boss?
inside the next ring. Time to find a good perch.
What did I do, mate? Oh, okay, so it's a cave amaranth, but not Asian.
Oh my god.
Ooh, a contender.
Oh, where am I getting shot from? Oh, I'm getting shot up top. Okay, Cal. Good luck with that.
A challenger, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a fight now.
This upgrade's gonna make killing everyone so much easier.
Is your 10 minutes up already or what?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, far out. Do you baby suited? How is it? Oh. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was breaked up. Who's on at the moment? Gino, Schmidt, Horizon, Laggy, Scars.
Where's Sidehole Sandwich when we need him?
I know. Where is Sidehole Sandwich when we need him?
Where's that? It's Callius. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah, true. Where is Cal? Have you updated? Oh, wait.
Oh my god, Sidehole is leaking.
My Sidehole is leaking.
I wasn't born to be sorry. Keep on bench, remember?
We got this round squared away. Owlers have 5 stomachs. Let's not end up in one.
I'm getting bullied by another mod. Okay. Okay, you said you put. Oh.
Be a man.
Reckon we crash land this puppy there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know where. Oh, you're
Got a copy of their
Duck
dental
Master.
records? Gonna need them.
There's a plant to help with the pain, but it doesn't grow here.
You must be swift as a coursing river.
Plant heat. Swallow the blood.
Yeah, be a man. Yeah, I am actually annoyed that I can't use featured chat anymore.
Want to do with us?
Yeah, go here. There you go, someone in that building. I've got nothing.
Hucking a frag grenade.
Yeah, I got him, I got him. Oh, he's so close. Have you seen Milan? Not in a long time. Oh, okay.
It's not about how hard you tried. It's about who wins.
I haven't seen in a long time, Cal. Oh god, okay, I'm muting this guy's mic.
Oh, what is he saying?
No, you can,
I can't hear it.
Oh, okay, good, yeah, because it's got it, like we had before, or like, you know when you have my stream open, I can hear the background, like the background noise, like from my stream. He's got open mic and he's got the game, like, yeah. Oh. You only need to do it once, Cal. By the way, you guys do realize you can do that raffle up to 100k. Oh, wait. Oh.
he just came out of nowhere, bro.
Oh, I thought that access I gave you, PP. I thought they would have given you,
Taking a minute. Catching up.
yeah, I thought they would have given you, super mod.
Oscar Mike. Giving him the chimney.
Recharge. I need shotgun ammo. I need energy ammo.
I should lock down this next up.
Watch my back. I'm healing.
Recharge me shields. Syringe here. Shield cell here. I'm out of energy ammo.
I don't actually know.
Watch my back.
Energy ammo here.
Reckon I can make use of that.
Well,
Energy ammo here.
I have 3 assists and 1 kill.
Cheers, mate.
Shit.
Spotted an enemy. Just taking the piss, fellas. Serving him a knuckle sandwich. Anyone need this ring console?
They've gone, yeah, they were that way.
Over there.
Oh, right there. No, right here, right here.
Level 1 shield on a mark over there. Whole pack is alive.
Anyone need this ring console here? Launch.
Taking fire.
Broke that enemy shield.
Extended energy back here. Level 1.
Spotted.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Tipping a thermite. Strongo over there. Broke that enemy shield. Deploying me knuckle cluster.
Whoa.
Oh, right there.
See a shot at. Knuckle cluster
What's
out.
interesting over here? Come on.
Reloading. Kill that. Recharging me shields.
Got an upgrade.
Recharging my shield.
Alright, you know what? I can. Do you want me to ult? Oh no, they're inside. That wouldn't matter.
She'll be right.
Oh, there's a trident in there. There's a trident coming to
I
us.
need an enemy here.
Oh, they're running. Never mind.
Oi, enemy here.
I mean, if they're in the open, yeah, if they're in the open, I can just ult them. Yeah, I'm ulting. No, that's on mine, not mine, not mine. This is mine. I'll crack one. Catch a horizon.
Where is she?
They're probably still in zone. Actually, speaking of which, we need to go.
Yeah, if they stay more, they're dead.
That means I'll get the kill.
I need energy ammo.
Oh, we can't find any, mate. Sorry. You already used all your energy so
Actually,
far.
no. Replicator. Give the replicator.
Enemy right here. Broke that enemy shield.
Giving him the chimney.
Clown taken down.
Is there someone over there?
Right here, right here, right here, right here.
Prey in sight. Adjust your scopes. They're far.
He's just by himself. He's by himself.
Oh no 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 no! There's one up, one up. Right there.
Over there.
You kill leader. Right, healing. Give me a sec.
Eyes up. Incoming.
Yeah.
Getting shot at.
I'm spotted.
Recharging shield.
Another bloody squad's attacking us. Oh, it's coming. Cover your stashes, eh? Healing. Hold it off.
Crack out.
I would love. Oh, okay. There's hammer points, Ari. Oh, okay, we're getting.
Bro, where is teammate?
You're still in the bottom ring.
Why are you still there? What are you doing? You're gonna literally die. You know that, right? Get out of zone, please. Oh my god, this guy. Bro, I'm sorry, just...
Bro's already got 6 kills. How do you already have 6 kills?
Roller player.
You gonna use it? Do it or not, mate? Jeez.
I love raffles. Well, I'm almost out of rookie 4 into rookie 3. I kinda,
How much do you got? How much until you need to get there?
8.
Oh, mine's 8. Mine's 19. Cal, do you want to join?
I was gonna say, Cal, do you have the game updated? What I want to know. We're in my court as well.
Where is he? Oh, there he is. Found him. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna play with it's Callius. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so nervous right now. I'm playing with it's Callius. Never played with him before. I'm so nervous.
Okay, well, I don't like it here anyway. I would have joined and we would have had the best time. I do need to get games in, but I honestly need to get games with everyone.
Is Callius gonna join Discord?
Don't actually know. Where's your Dissy?
He doesn't know where Discord is.
I think he was seeing the timer.
Oh, yeah.
Real men use iron sights. I use heavy artillery.
Where is he? Where's my bros?
Because Cal is in.
This is
Cal
your
is in
champion.
your Discord, isn't it?
You know what I
He is
mean?
now, yeah.
Come find me.
He just joined.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, hello.
Oh my God, hello.
Look
Hello,
who it
Cal.
is.
Hello, man.
What's going on?
What's up, Cal? How you been, bro?
Good.
Good. Still great. I think it's the first time you have heard my voice, Cal.
Yeah, so sweet in my ears.
Oh my God.
Oh, you call it a treat, do you?
Yes. It's a delicious treat. What do you call it?
Hell.
What the hell? You gotta be calling it hell.
May your bullets hit their marks,
my gang.
and not me.
I just want to point out quickly that number 1 mod has joined
Here we go. Oh. Is that yours? Or is that Cal?
Yeah. It's not me.
Oh.
It's not me.
Oh my god, I am getting...
Get in the chimney.
Oh, shields, shields, charge, shields.
I need help. Give my shield a recharge.
I need help. I need help. Help. I need help. I'm done.
Yeah, there's no, they're inside.
They're on my door.
Yeah.
Swear to God, if you finish me.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Harvesters are online.
Because don't have a support legend. You know, Cal's just making easy work, you know.
Warning. Ring closing. Yeah, I'm inside the next ring.
Oh, you love it.
Attention. Delivery care package.
Why'd you hear?
Ken Rez is here.
We're still coming back with guns and.
Yeah, still that's still all the same.
Okay, nice. Copy that. Welcome back.
Oh. I think I gotta punch him somewhere.
This is my first game on ever.
You're playing ranked.
For this season. Yeah. So I'm feeling very warm. Oh, they're pushing.
Yeah, I can hear him. I think boss's internet's internet's cooked it.
Passive wants him to do the attack cooldown. Yeah, may upgrade. Wait, maybe they're not pushing. That was a trick.
You know what? I would love something other than just a rampage, though.
Go with that. You can have it. Whatever you want, you can have. What do you want the most in the
Another flatline. Oh.
Flatline, mate. One flatline per person, you know the rules. What's gonna look down now? While we wait for boss, Tron.
You good, boss?
I'm back.
Come on back.
Oh, you get that Evo Harvester, Cal?
Hemlock here.
Oh well, Prowler's back in ground loot.
High rate of fire.
That's fine.
The Eva is care package.
Yep.
And that thing is stupidly broken.
Half gone. Half left.
Oh yeah. Like the fire, like yeah, but the fire, no, but the fire rate on it is gross.
Level 1 shields on a mark over there. Running with a full squad.
Not during.
Enemy over there.
It's not during ranked slaggy. It's only pubs. I'll refund you after this. Well, you can refund yourself. Oh my god. What? The, oh my god, that was just a lucky shot. We did have someone before that was yeah, I was gonna say we did have an issue before where we had a party that was pretty sure was walling.
Oh really?
Yeah. I got a shot. He's pulling up in the Trigger 3 and it's rats. Oh my god, Jay. Jay, the Riz Master.
I'm on banner duty today, aren't I? Big banner duty. This is a great way to farm shields. Hey, I love it. Oh.
I don't think so.
Sniper.
Oh, thank you.
How show off the moves though.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. Boy? What?
Oh. Well, actually, there was another thing is they really, like, you get punished hard now if you stay in the ring for too long.
I saw that, eh? You just get eliminated?
You just get fully eliminated, yep.
Guys, Impala is back on ground loot, so I am moist.
That is pretty moist. That is moist is a...
yeah, something like that.
That's pretty moist.
It's pretty damn moist.
That's pretty damn moist, my boy.
Oh, this car's gonna be an absolute victory ride. Taking that all the way back.
Boom boom, trying by the truckers.
Enemy watching.
Thing is, they did make it so it's a lot less harder to get shot out of tridents now. I'm pretty sure. Like, sorry, a lot hard.
You're hard.
Are you, boss?
Need to recharge my shield.
They usually carry rare platforms.
It never does. Oh.
All at the same time.
Setting a portal.
Oh god, I can't do it.
Permission to take that from you, Cal?
Permission granted if you can take it, Daddy.
Okay, yeah, whoever gets it, gets it. Okay.
Oh well, that's unlucky because I think it's. Oh, you didn't.
It's okay.
Recharging my shields.
Wait, why do we give this guy the DCs every minute?
Good work. We're inside the next ring.
Oh wait, no, there he is.
Okay. Whew. Whew. Alright, I'm pulling back. Let's go over here.
Attention. Delivering replicator. Got a replicator coming in.
How have games been today, you guys?
I haven't really had many.
Only you and me left.
Bruh. Bro, my geek. Well, there goes a Kraber.
No!
Recovering opportunity.
Oh, there goes Kraber.
Hostile spotted.
Oh yeah.
I'm hurt. Using a Phoenix kit.
Give my shields a recharge.
Hostile ranger.
Oh.
Need a medic.
Wait.
Contact with target.
How? Oh, okay. I was gonna say like. Games haven't been too bad. It's just been like.
How dare you?
Sorry. We're just gonna do normal trios. Screw this.
Trios. Yeah, but don't have to play not Olympus.
You don't want to play Olympus.
Wait. But how do we fix the DC issue?
I don't know. I think we restart the internet again.
Do you want to restart your internet?
Yeah, just play a couple without me, and I'll just
Go for it, man. Restart. Do your thing.
Alright.
Do your thing. Echo.
Yo. Yes.
Yes. Oh, you're there. Hey,
Yes.
Man. Hey, man. Just saying hi. Just checking in. Didn't hear you for a while, so just making sure you're
Oh.
okay.
Yeah. No, I'm going good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going good. Nice. Should we do one more ranked?
Yeah. We can do rank.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? I gotta get off 0 LP anyway. So what were you saying? You were saying there's something about the new season that you don't like.
Oh.
Today smells like victory.
God, now I can't even remember what it was.
I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
Time to put some lead down range.
Oh, it was the I think it was to do with the matchmaking.
This is your champion.
Because I think they've made it so Preds can still get into like lower elo like lobbies. Oh wait, did they change it to where? Oh wait, are we on hubs?
No.
I swear I put it on ranked.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Go deep into the belly of the beast.
Here we go. Ready up.
Yeah. 5 hours. I've had pretty solid viewership today, actually. Oh yeah. Not to mention drops on as well. Where? Yeah. Oh, got one.
Gotta watch each other's back. Down to target. Throwing Arc Star.
Oh yeah, I see him.
People everywhere. Help us. Help us all.
Alright.
Frag out. Frag out.
Alright, I'm coming to you. I got one wrapping around. Got him.
Whole squad taken out. I like what I see. New level. Reloading.
Reached a new level.
Copy that.
I'm gonna res big jungus.
Upgrades locked and loaded. Giving my shield a recharge. Good work. We're inside the next ring.
Hi Kate, how are you? Oh, you gotta be joking. Go away, leave me alone. Oh my god, dead sliding. I'm dead sliding. I'm dead sliding. I'm trying to get behind cover. Oh my. Oh wait, got him.
Last man first down. One squad closer to winning. Need to recharge my shield.
I'm good just working. Has a new season. This new season's it's pretty good. Like, can't complain too much.
I got you, friend.
A few, like, matchmaking's still a bit crap, but you know, it is what it is.
Give my shield a recharge.
No idea. Maybe because of the perks. You need help? Oh, you need help. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm almost there. Oh, I've almost got my ult as well.
The enemies are shooting at me. I am down. Making contact with enemy.
Oh, God. Oh, it's... Alright. Nah. Oh, unlucky. This season's going good. Okay, I'm back. If my Wi-Fi starts up one more time, I'm gonna start. Okay. Good to know, boss. Oh, actually.
How has Kate Lidge been today? That's really the question.
Yeah, how have you been, Kate? How's work?
How's work? Is it lit? I'll be right back.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, because you had you had a like really bad case of the flu, wasn't it? He's not here at the moment.
Hey, I got my milk.
There's a ring out there waiting for us. Spent gunpowder.
Yeah, I don't remember last time. Yeah, I think. Actually, no. The last time I can remember that I was actually like really sick.
Caitlin, you motherfucker. Skill issue? Not the skill issue, you're not the mod here.
I'm the jump master. Ready up.
Nah, dog. Go away, you and your herpes. Oh, okay. You bitch. You fucking hate you. I'm not 14.
How old are you, boss?
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
What am I gonna bully you? I get bullied.
First blood. Should have seen that.
Cal's about to get shoulder checked at PAX again this year.
Hey, Kelly, jump in on the next plane, you dog.
Extended energy
Wait. Why is
Level 4.
New kill leader. Watch your
We have a
six.
meeting to discuss this. Okay.
Yeah, we need a council meeting.
We need a council meeting. What's happening?
Come on.
Extra supplies here. I'll share.
Why are you giving it away like it's
Helmet here.
It's a special thing, you know, you can't just give it away to Kayla.
Why not?
Our real one here.
She smells
Weapon
bad.
supply bin here.
So it's the one that doesn't wash his ass.
You're
Wash it
welcome.
every
45 seconds until ring
Yeah,
close.
even I know. He washes it every single month.
What, do you do it for him, boss?
Yeah.
The royal asshole.
Yeah, bro, he's royal.
Ring closes in 30. We should get moving. Don't want to get roasted.
Thanks, boss. You're the best at washing my ass.
Okay, I didn't want to know that.
Well,
Ring close in 10. We're nearly there.
Eyes up. Crafting.
Oh yeah, have you seen the new replicators? But it's yeah, I was gonna say, but it's instant.
Crafting, but keeping focus.
I wish I'm pretty sure there might be a cooldown on it. That'd be my guess.
What if I craft a bat in that and then come across it? I need to craft banners.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, can I use it or not?
Probably, I'm assuming you would. Like, think there would be a cooldown for it.
I've got bags on kick. Oh my god, bro.
Attention, champion foul.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Care package on its
Oh
way.
wow. Oh wow.
Kill leader appointed. There's a new kill leader. That's a target on their back.
There's a kill leader.
Yikes.
I'm kicked out bad the 30-30s now.
30-30 rep
It's like 30, oh no, 39 damage per, yeah, it's 39 damage per body shot.
Well, but it'd be different with Skull Piercer though, wouldn't it? Pretty sure.
Yeah, but that's for headshots.
Alright, I need a...
A dollar is what I need.
Look at the rest of the shit to have fun. No worries. Thank you for the lurk, Kay. I appreciate it.
Are you actually going to keep her as mod?
Bye, Kate. I love you. Like I don't.
Okay, don't do this. Don't do this.
Tricked her. I thought someone loved her finally.
Well, that's mean. that's actually like that's.
Wait, what did you say?
People love her, okay. It's only mean if you think people actually don't love her.
She didn't pull up. She didn't pull up to the fight. She didn't pull up to the fight we're gonna have.
Yeah.
Evo Harvester here.
Evo Harvester here.
You better not fucking punch me off, Echo.
What do you mean?
Got that promotion, but the upgrade will be
Wait, I didn't even realize you're playing Conduit.
Ooh,
got an upgrade. Moving out.
Yay.
Care package over there.
Don't say that.
Yeah, you haven't DC'd in this exact moment.
Okay, DC 3, 2, 1. Oh. Ooh, bigger jam. Oh, I love bigger jam.
Ooh.
There's some loot out there. No one landed out there.
Let's check out that way.
So we have to go out there. It's got the best loot in the whole kingdom.
It actually does.
See, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna do it. But there is two.
What?
Two towers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
50% of the teams are down. Alright.
Yeah, you don't need to say anything else.
It's not even like it's a new map. Like.
No event, a plane comes.
Okay.
Okay.
No. I'm banned?
You're
Shit.
modded.
I'm modded? Nah. Don't unmod me. Don't unmod me. Caitlin's gonna hurt me. Caitlin,
Who?
I'm afraid of women. I'm afraid of women. You know this.
Gold loot's gone.
Oh my god.
Extended light mag here. Level 4.
I need it.
Yo, they actually did.
Bro, I've got so many cells.
Going to phase.
Big jam.
Actually, I'm gonna get this Evo Harvester.
Evo Harvester. Did they buff the nine or what?
No, I think it's still the same.
Same.
I don't think you've ever heard about this, but you have a really nice voice.
Oh, thanks. Very nice of you to say. You have a really nice heart.
Not that big.
What do you mean?
See, see, that's the thing. He has the voice for casting, and he has also he does have a voice of an angel.
Found extra supplies.
New kill leader appointed.
Hello, Kamos.
Eyes are open though. New kill leader.
Kamos.
Wonder what the play was. Not all of us are in the
Hi,
room.
I'm not
Kamos.
afraid of. That's a woman I'm not afraid of.
The only person, you're not afraid of.
Eyes up. Incoming
Just saying the very little. Yeah, it took me like 30 minutes. It took me 30 minutes to actually fully update the game.
Hello, people, where are you?
Hello, housekeeping.
If you need it, it's got it.
Yoo-hoo! It's a blowout.
Big summer blowout.
We'll be rolling too.
How are you, K-Moz? How's your day been?
Not epic Bobby. It's epic Bobby.
Oh, by the way.
I slept on the couch last night. What? Oh. So wait, was it? Wait, so it wasn't a spider you found yesterday? It was a cockroach.
Crafting. Andali lang.
Or did you find both a cockroach and a spider in your brew? It was a fucking.
Not gonna lie, they actually taste good.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck,
No, I'm joking. I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about your slander.
Guys, it's Valentine's Day today. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh yeah, happy Valentine's Day.
I'm still single, boys. I'm still single.
I'm married now. Today's the day I got married.
Oh yeah, who's the lucky gal?
I don't know K-One's married you.
Lucky. It is your mama. Okay.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh no, I'm celebrating with the stars.
I didn't know she'd drop her standards that low to be with you.
New cheerleader. Wonder what the play was.
That's not on. That's not nice.
What's your mum's name?
No.
Dox yourself.
Fuck no.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care package incoming.
Ah.
Let's get to the LZ.
There you go. I mean, it's been like that all stream, so.
Hang on, we're just gonna do this real quick. Hang on. Cool.
Oh, thank you, boss.
What do you think I was gonna do?
I don't. No idea.
I'm coming.
Oh, no, one's dropping. Oh my god, yeah, no. Wait, was it Horizon you? Who'd you? Nah.
Hey, at least got that quick go.
Good quick start, boss.
I didn't get a shot off. Oh man. But you didn't DC. So.
I didn't DC. I am happy.
Yes, that's all that matters.
I'm gonna drink some milk.
Ooh, got milk.
Yeah. Not telling you where I got it from.
Tell me where you got it from.
Okay, well was this one girl.
Okay, no, listen, no.
What? I got the milk from the shops.
So we cows are females, so this does actually check out.
Alright, this might be my last one because I have to go.
Jeez, you've been 5.5 hours, bro.
Actually, you know what? No, you know what? No. I'll probably do about 2 or 3 more games and then I'll get off.
Where you gotta go?
Are you?
I gotta go to work.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, not today, buddy. It's a new day. It's Valentine's Day. It's on sick day.
Yeah, I wish.
Me too.
I know start till yeah. You don't start your new job till next week.
I don't know why I'm reading Echo's chat like I'm
I know.
Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger.
Oh yeah, Cal, do you know that before they took away clubs?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say you have to. K-Moz, you have to put a tag now. You can't. There's no clubs anymore. Yeah, they got rid of clubs. So you had there's a so when you go into friends there's a a tag option, and then that's what you put into. That's, yeah, I was a bit surprised by that actually.
They were pretty.
Let's land here.
The game is not
Copy that.
massive.
Get ready.
Oh, but
Moving
you know,
out.
they need they need to put back original matches. Because we're Echo and I were playing with like Fred.
I'll be back in a sec. Oh good, oh good. I'm rotating my bed. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Yeah.
People have landed over there. I repeat, people have landed over there.
Oh, they're in the Arcadia.
Ooh, yes. I like that. Oh, boy, best gun.
What's best gun? 20? Oh my god.
Oh, we were playing with someone, Shukari before. He's he's his nickname's in the game's Shukari. But we were doing 1v1s in firing range, and it's pretty damn good with the P20. And he was on Switch as well. On Switch.
Where's Marvin?
That's crazy.
I heard about
Ring's closing in 1.
There's Marvin somewhere.
I did hear Marvin as well.
Oh, Marion. If anyone can find me a 3 times or a bruiser, I will marry you. I will marry you.
45 seconds. Ring ain't close.
Alright, so make sure not to ping a bruiser or a 3 times. Got it.
And make sure that you shut up.
You know, I'm surprised you haven't done the redeem yet today.
Yeah, because it's not there.
It is there. I've re-enabled it. Oh, Cal, wait. Yeah. Oh, Cal doesn't know about these redeems, do you? Oh, wait, no.
Motherfucker put it at 1,000.
Not too far from ring. Got 10.
Well, okay.
We've got a challenger. You know the rules. When the bell rings, beat the running
Whoa.
Reload.
It was your job to get your squad home. Looks like you failed the mission.
Go on, right side, right side, right side.
Yeah.
And a fight is born. Let's do this.
Come on. Don't be.
Give him my shield. Upgrade's collecting dust. Let's fix that. Got my upgrade, ladies.
Enemy spotted. Reload. Enemy taken out.
Good, boss?
Not good.
Down.
I'm so sad. This guy is hitting me.
Oh, he's. Oh, yeah. Oh, I should have. Where is he?
Play my shield, play my shield. He's on top of the stairs.
Nah, fuck it. We'll just... Oh.
Did you see how great I was? I did all kinds of really amazing
Alright,
moves.
that will be my
Are you
last
listening?
game.
Alright.
But thank you for the game, boys. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Hey, GG's, brother.
Have a good one, boss.
Alright. Peace.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Peace and love to boss.
Alright, and.
What a silly guy. What a silly man.
But we love him nonetheless.
Well, no, we do.
Hang on, I just need to move this. There we go. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. Oh no, wait, you can talk. My God. Callius. Callius. Are you there? Can't you, Mr. Callius? Let's just turn him up. Hang on. Oh my God. I don't have perms at all. You should. You should have perms. Oh God. Is it push to talk? Nah, it should be push to talk. Oh my God. Why is it working? Oh God. Alright, we'll just go back here. There we go. You talk?
Hello?
Hello? I think you should have perms. You have perms to that channel.
So in the other channel, it forces me to use push to talk. I have to use it. Can't be open mic. But I don't know what my push to talk button is, so I was trying to work it out.
Oh no.
But
So,
like,
where does it say, wait, where does it say push to talk?
I don't know. When I went there, I had a pop up that's like, "This is a push to talk channel. You have to push to talk." And then I was trying to work out what button it is.
Oh, okay. I'll try and fix that later. Yeah, because I was gonna say you have because you have perms.
Okay, that's all good. Give me perms. Don't listen to Minute. Don't listen to Minute Force. Minute Force doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hello, Minute. How are you? It's a slippery slope.
It's not a slippery slope. There's no slipping. There's no sloping. Bloody Minute Force. Could we just get a ban on Minute Force? Sure.
No bans.
First message, ban. Ban. Get out of here, buddy. Nah, sorry. I love you, Minute.
How you been, Minute?
There's a wing out there waiting for us.
What's your shift tonight? Is it a long one?
5:30 till 9:30.
5:30 to 9:30. Okay, that's not too bad.
No, but I feel like it's going to be a bit longer. Yeah, I was going to say I feel like it's going to be a little bit longer because some people like to stick around and chat. So
yep. Yeah, true. Do you close the bar at 9:30 and then like break down the bar, or is it like?
Hey, I'm the jump master.
What do you close at 9? When's the last drink? When you,
it's usually, I think it depends. We often do it often by how many people actually there, but I think latest we'll do it is probably 9 o'clock during a weekday.
Yeah. So if I bring a bunch of friends to your workplace at like 9 o'clock, bang, we all turn up 50 people. We're partying on. Bar open till 10.
Probably, I'd actually keep it open probably till 11.
Hell yeah, baby!
Hey, listen, if you're buying drinks, then fine by me.
Drink. drink till I'm drunk.
I think I got time. If you got any more, maybe. Yeah. If you want to join Slobber, you're more than welcome. We're ranking at the moment. We're not playing pubs. I hate Thunderdome a lot. Yeah, that's actually one thing. Is Thunderdome? So you know how Mixtape they've got that new map, or that new mode. Yeah, Thunderdome. It's a bit weird.
Oh.
Like, it's like the center is. You got people just hiding around corners. Yeah.
It's like a hardy time. Everyone's
Yeah.
good rat spots.
Yeah.
I swear there's people landing here with us. I guess not. It's weird. Ding.
I need.
Is this big slobberfish?
What? Who? What?
Slobber?
Slobber.
I join. Slobber.
Oh. I didn't even. Yeah, that is Slobber. Yeah.
Slobber.
Oh my god.
Ring closing.
Oh, get the Evo harvester.
These lobbies are so sweaty. Like playing rank first day is actually so sad. Everyone's so crazy at the game.
I know. Well, I kind of just wanted to get a little bit, even though I knew it was going to be sweaty, I just wanted to get a little bit of a solid start.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I do feel like lobbies are dying faster. I don't know if it's because of the shield change. I mean,
I think it is because of the shield change.
Yeah. Room car. That guy's gonna be looking for res right there. He's zipping across middle. We need to hunt him down. Hunt him!
Hunt him down.
Hunt him down! Where'd he go? Hello? Oh, he's running all the way back there.
New kill leader. They're getting cocky, they're getting marking our surroundings.
Ooh.
Oh, that's... Oh, cracked one.
That's it. Ooh, low.
Wait, I marked... How did I get marked?
How? Ah! Oh, I'm trolling. There's only... Is there two?
I don't know, that's it.
Get him alive!
Oh my god.
Blood's kind of just watching on. Oh, we got it, broke one. We got this blood. Oh, blood wins this.
Come on,
yes.
come on.
Yes. He's so low. The third is nowhere to be seen. I actually don't know where the third is.
Oh, I thought... Wait.
You see how he got a shield bonus for being an underdog? Do you see that?
Yeah.
It's crazy. What the hell?
Scanning the area. I'm out of heavy
Oh.
I'm taking fire.
Res us if you want.
Taking a moment to heal.
Res me if you want.
I will assist.
Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Need to recharge my shield.
Thanks. Nice work, Bloodhound. You're the best.
Got my upgrade.
Picking myself up.
Do you speak English?
I have no idea.
Oh dear.
Oh, are they getting res?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, there?
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, back up. Blue shields.
Enemy shield. Tango down.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, someone behind me. Who's that? Keep behind me.
I'm gonna ult. took one.
Nice. Good man.
Oh. I don't know. Oh, up top.
Enemies here behind. Yeah, it seems like them.
There we go. Got him.
Nice. Guess I'm doing track. Lots though. Got to be a new team.
Yeah, there's a new one here.
Two times here if anyone wants it.
Yeah, I should put that on the platy. Thank
Yeah,
you.
check it on. Flat eater. Oh, so low.
What? Oh my god, where did my sword? He's coming, yeah, he's coming the third.
Level 2. That's not good. No, 2?
Oh.
We got 8. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Got RP, that's all that matters.
What's on that alternator? What did that do have? What does that hop up?
Disruptor?
Disruptor, why is Disruptor on? I don't like it. Take it off. So rude.
Where is he?
I mean, we're gaining. 50 rank points? Don't mind if I do, buddy. Wait, someone sent me a gift. I'm so confused.
Oh yeah, it's part of the challenges.
Oh.
So
Gifted me a sea skin. Man, I'm so confused. What?
yeah, because so there's a to get the recolor heatsink, you have to send 6 unique free gifts or battle passes to your friends this season.
Oh. Ah, thanks. Wait, who sent me that? Nixabo. Oh, thanks, Nick. Hell yeah. It's gift time. I don't play Wraith anymore. I'm playing.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
Wait, Silverfish there? Hello,
Yeah.
Slobber.
Strategy all day.
You might be muted.
Yeah, okay. Slobber usually talk, or?
Yeah. No, he usually does.
This is your chance.
Hi, friends.
It's alright. No stress, no pressure. I'm the Joe Master.
Let's go over there.
Oh, a bit of party action.
Bit of party action, yes sir. So, like, what's the meta guns this season? I haven't even really looked, you know?
Not really. Oh, actually, I've seen a lot of people running RE.
RE?
But yeah, that's because the digis on SMGs and shotguns.
Yeah, true. True.
That's the only one I do know so far.
Yeah. I don't like digis enough to run an RE for them, to be honest. TBH.
I'm crafting.
Fair enough.
You a digi lover?
Oscar Mike.
Not really.
Yeah.
I'll probably pick something else over. Like, hell, I'll even run it 1 times if I have to for a digi.
Me too. Like, I understand it's actually a good optic, but I just don't like it. I don't like using it. It just doesn't feel good to me. I don't know.
Oh, you know, one thing I did realize is they changed with, not with Bang, with Elsa, you can't actually put barrel stabilizers on it anymore.
Ah.
So I think it's like less chance. Well, makes it a bit more of a challenge trying to, yeah, just shoot.
There's a new kill leader.
For sure.
Target on their back.
I mean, Elsa is such a like bad, like I don't know, such a weird weapon to balance. How much ammo it dumps.
True. It's very unpredictable.
Yeah. Should we go take a look?
Take a look in Fight Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Down far.
Moving. Hustle
Fight
up.
Club. All right, I'm going with the Hemlock PK loadout. See what happens. Thank you for the amp. People are here.
Yeah, I hear a crypto drone.
Box.
Death box here.
I think they're rezzing actually. Burning it. Oh, another squad. Oh, where's Slobber? Oh no. Nice Slobber. Slobber picked one up. Where's she going?
Oh yeah. Oh.
Get the nade. There's so many. There's 2 squads.
Come on.
Oh, naded. Nice. Oh, someone's behind me. Hello? Oh no. That's more than 1 squad. I'm certain of it.
That was definitely more than 1 squad.
This is definitely. Oh, we just set them up. We just went in, knocked 2, they knocked us, and then the new team came and was like, oh, 3 kills. Lovely.
Actually, it might be a bit hard for him to play on this ping because he's in US.
Ah, okay. It's alright. I mean, if he's alright with it. Which part of the US?
Dallas, I'm pretty sure.
Dallas.
So Texas.
Dallas, Texas. The land of barbecue.
I don't know if I can't hear you at all, Slobber.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Slobber.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, there we
Hey.
go. Now we're working. Now it's working.
That's my fault. I should have told y'all.
No, you're good.
It's fine. How you doing, Slobber? Bum, 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 bum.
Pop the smoke, make 'em broke.
I'm here to have fun. And crazy is that.
Ready and excited.
Playing on the first of the season always feels like, it just feels a bit weird, you know?
It does,
Game
because
stuff, it just feels different. It's that bit too different where like you don't feel locked in.
No, I know. I mean, that's why some of my games, it's like I've been doing all right, but then there's other games where I just feel I just cannot aim to save my life.
Yeah. I gotta look at these sear changes. Like I'm seeing far too many sears already. This is not okay. Sear needs to stay at a meta. Leave him out.
Stay on me. I'm the jump master. Get the jets. We're dropping hot. Let's reposition the
Gabby Roger.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I think maybe with some of these perks, it's made him a bit more viable again.
Yep.
That's like my best bet.
Yeah.
Attention.
You want 99?
Sure.
First blood, and it's not us.
So like thinking
New
about
kill
it.
leader.
Do I want it?
They're
Do I
getting cocky,
not?
they're getting sloppy.
I will take it. Do you wanna? Yeah, have this.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Heavy mag.
Before the ring closes, we have time.
Thank you.
Happy to help, friend.
So these new crafters.
Extended light magazine.
Yeah.
Level 3.
I mean, they don't have like a daily item.
Nah. It.
That's sad.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
Yeah. Well.
Like that.
I guess it might change it every once in a while. I'm not even 100% sure.
Yeah.
What's up, Laggy?
Ring close in 10. We're nearly there.
Here I go.
What do you need?
Warning. Movement in progress.
We'll be toasted by the ring if we don't move.
Wait.
Alright, where to?
Enemy close to me. Maybe I can sneak
Oh.
a peek at their gear.
That is.
Enemy over there.
I feel so not prepared for these
Care
early
factory's
fights
touching
because we,
down.
you know, you don't
They
like if
usually
you don't
carry
fight
their
early, you don't
platforms.
really get your shields.
No.
up. Pretty scary.
Grappling.
What tier is it? Do you know? Oh, you said Horizon emote. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Hit him. I don't know where. Unless he kept running to the right.
Opponent is close.
Yep.
Smoke out.
Go with that.
What? Okay. Oh, that's a champion squad.
Back it up.
One's in conduit ult. One's at, yeah. Oh, but they're getting oh.
They're getting 30 or what?
I think
they're
they're
conduits ults are. Yeah, this. Oh yeah, the guy that.
Yeah.
Res is. How's he got perp already? Hello. No way. Where's the other team? I'm so confused. It was raised under everyone's nose and then.
Well,
why is he still looking at me? There's two full teams there. Leave me alone.
might have to take port.
Yeah. Where's the crafter at? Can I craft you guys? Wait, are they crafted? Wait, what?
Yeah. So
they look different.
Yeah.
That's right. I'll just craft you guys. It's gonna be a lot easier than trying to get it from there. Oh, the car's gone. I'll run it in. Is there one at garden?
Yes.
Cool. Nice. They changed the hemlock, this gun too, the Nemesis. They can shoot so fast now. Not faster? at the end? It feels like it's up.
Yeah, I feel like it does have that a little bit more of a charge up.
Yeah, like the very end. Oh yeah, there is a charge thing on it. When that hits 100, I assume that's when it goes faster.
Yeah.
So it takes what? Just half a clip, but then it stays at 100. Oh, wow.
Wait, it tells you to get back in the ring even though you have a heat shield.
Get back in the ring! Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, how long can you stay in the ring now? And like, is it cumulative?
I probably wouldn't stay in there past like ring 2. Like like what it is now, I probably wouldn't stay in there any further.
But like, what if you get stuck in there? Like, how much time do you have?
I no idea, honestly. Like,
wow.
Half the teams are down. Half to go.
This is looted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Whee! Healing. Watch my back.
Gotta hop up here. Disruptor. Evo harvester here. I hope we can be friends.
Ring close in 1 minute.
you know, it's sad that I lost all my stuff there because I had both my guns had purple mags.
No, that is sad. We will find you those mags again. God damn it.
Did you say they also changed all the boxes?
Yeah, like the smart loot now?
Yeah.
What legends? Yeah.
Enemy spotted. Direct hit.
Oh, there's a flash. Flash on that box. I don't know if anyone has like a good
Direct hit.
bar
Not really. I have
Three
one.
there. Team there. Team inside, I believe. Teams everywhere. They're going at it. Should we take a peek at this? Hold this side of the zip.
We'll take a wee little peek.
A wee little peek. Feels got enough loot.
Yeah.
Does not.
Care package on its way.
Hostile spotted.
On there. They're going at it.
Opening fire on the enemy.
I'm gonna go across.
Here we go. Jammer time.
Oh, jammer time! I actually have to move in like half of this, so.
Oh, that's. Oh, are you back?
On here as well.
Hang on, I gotta.
Over here. Revs in ult. Three.
Watch your six.
Still 3.
I've got old as well.
Yeah. Oh, see his low. Flash.
Reloading. Arc star out.
They're running back.
Yeah. On this.
Enemies here. Oscar Mike.
Oh, one close. On your box. Yeah, nade that box.
Oh.
Nade that box. He's so flash. No. We're absolutely sucked. One's on the roof above.
Yeah. Oh, he's cracked.
Need a medic.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That's true. N to the T.
Alright, I think that is gonna be. I'm gonna call it there.
No worries, man. Getting to a point.
Yes. Thank you for the games.
Hey, no worries. It's time for lunch for me.
Yeah, that's what I gotta eat before I go to work.
Yeah.
Sorry. Probably the smart thing to do. No worries.
Definitely so.
All right.
GG's.
GG's. Thank you for the game, Slobber. Appreciate you. I'll just get games in with both of you soon, hopefully.
Yes. Copy that.
All
Lock
right.
it in.
Yeah, lock it
Catch
in.
you boys later.
All right, boy.
Bye-bye.
All right. That is me, Dunsky. That is me, Dunsky Rooney. Thank you for the love today, guys. Like, hang on. How long were we like? No. Where's my... Oh, wait. I've moved it here. 6... Yeah, over 6 hours. Oh, I gotta check. That's right. Laggy, I gotta check something. Where was it? Battle Pass. And then, what did you have? 64. Oh! Okay, I think I know which one you're talking about now. Is that... Wait, so that's an old emote. Is that an old emote? Huh. I did not even know that. That's alright. Alright, anyway. Now we've got to figure out who in the heck are we going to raid? Who did I have here? Oh, right. Who could we raid? If we got any suggestions, let me know. I know this just went live. Da-da. That way. Thanks, Cal. See you after Dad. No worries, son. We've got a few people actually. Apathy. What do I? Raid a streamer, I reckon. Yeah. The question is who? Who? Actually, you know what? Yes, Laggy. What's up? I know who we're gonna raid. He was in here before, giving me shit. So let's go give him some shit. What's up, Laggy? Is it the best VIP called Juno? Yes, it is the best VIP called Juno. I'm kidding. I love all my VIPs and I love all my mods. But now let's go show Gino some love, I think. So second best modded. Okay. Alright, where is the outro song? Oh, I did play before, but I'm gonna play it again because why not? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Alright. So as always, my good friends, thank you again for today. All the love. Like, I think who we have? Jay with the follow, Haley with the follow, all the TTS redeems. Yeah, I definitely love those, really, you know? Damn the outro song by streamer, do a dance? No. No, not happening. Not in this room. It's too cramped. It's too cramped. But Dance Monkey, dance. No, fuck you. If you haven't already, be sure to jump on the socials. Best way to stay up to date with anything inside, outside the broadcast. My main two spots that I'm usually the most active on, or try to be, is on my Discord or on my Twitter. Thank you, PP. And if you guys do want to join the raid, second one for subs, second one for non-subs, first one for first one for non-subs, second one for non-subs. Yeah, bro, we found a Predosa that got dogged on by. Oh shit! Well done. That's actually, yeah, that's not a fun time. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here because I need to go get ready for work, but then I also need to go eat food. So, thank you again for all the love. I will see you all Sunday. Might be a change in schedule. I don't know just yet. I might be streaming earlier. I might be streaming later. I don't know yet. It's a bit up in the air. I'll let you know on Discord and I'll let you know on Twitter. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna just put in raid. Did you know? Wait. I'm gonna copy this because I don't trust myself. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate ya. Thank you for games. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. Much love, chat. Peace.
Let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell